Time to begin. Oh my gosh, the capture card's not working. Hold on. Capture card. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be epic, boys. Epic sauce. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So we're broadcasting live the BlizzCon entertainment. So hopefully you guys enjoy this. Let's go. I'm gonna be doing live commentary. I'm wearing all my Blizzard gear right now. Oof, this Blizzard jersey is very itchy. I don't know why. I guess it's whatever I washed it with last. So as you can see, I'm wearing my Overwatch jersey. Right? I've got my Overwatch hoodie. I've got, see, it says Overwatch on it. I've got all my Overwatch stuff. Let's go, boys. So they got it seems they got a live DJ to cover this. That's pretty interesting. I wonder where he's DJing from since there's COVID. I mean, he's not really DJing in front of an audience, right? Like, is he doing this from his house? Like, I mean, what kind of setup is this that you have to set your house? Holy mackerel, guys. Let's turn it up. Good music, man. I kind of like DJing. I like when people DJ. It's like really cool stuff. All right, here we go, boys. Day 1 BlizzConLine, ladies and gentlemen. So you're gonna be seeing it all live here right now on my stream. This is happening at the very moment while we speak. And I'm going to be making lots of commentary, enhancing your viewing experience for Overwatch. And for whatever else, not just Overwatch. Fuck that. I love World of Warcraft too. Let's go, boys. I like all of Blizzard's stuff, so let's make it lit. Let's hear it for Blizzard, man. He looks tired. Come on, drop that bass, dude! Oh, really? That's all you got? Nah, I want to hear a bass drop. Let's hear it for Blizzard Entertainment, boys. Woo! I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, guys. Well, I don't think I need this microphone on my headset. Just saying. Woo! Wonderful DJing, man. Wonderful DJing. Like, we need you in all of our Blizzard stuff, man. We need you on the Overwatch League and all of that, you know? Every event for Blizzard. Let's go. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy.
feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it all the time, even in my sleep.
Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad. Te llegas a enamorar bastantísimo.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
You come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister. That connection between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows us to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Blackhand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I was able to hit gold in competitive in Overwatch.
I had someone say, oh, I can't lose to a girl. And I beat that guy.
So I was able to slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
当后夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, and I looked to video games as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome, boys.
There's no way.
Woo.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Right, me too. I'm gonna be an 80-year-old grandpa gamer too, because you know, here's the thing. Video gaming is just never gonna grow old, guys.
Opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Wow, that looks amazing. Amazing intro screen. Really well done with that, Blizzard. So I'm going to be watching this whole thing with you guys and talking about it live. Here we go. Woo! Yeah, let's go!
BlizzConLine, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings.
Nice.
Or in high school when you first played a Diablo game. Or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives. and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain.
Yep.
Games
That's true.
are coming home. Familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance.
Boo! For the Horde!
My favorite faction, the Horde. I get confused.
Yes, there you go.
Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in
Woo!
person.
The
in the
Horde.
Convention Center, and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate.
Right.
But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home.
Yep, that is true. I mean, I don't know how well it could, and it didn't do work. That didn't. I don't know if they did that well though.
And experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why BlizzConLine is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Blackwatch, Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary and of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how. We also have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it. So, it's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching closely to see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run.
Nice.
World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands.
I can't believe they're actually doing Shadowlands competitions already in World of Warcraft. That's like, that's kind of crazy because like it just came out. I don't even know if they ironed everything out in Shadowlands or if they even found the meta for Shadowlands and everything else. I mean, the new armor, the new skills, abilities, everything. Like, come on. I think it's a little bit too early to initiate an esport for Shadowlands
Before we get
already.
too far ahead, let's take a look one last time. Twin times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales had finally eclipsed cassette tapes. Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind it and make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs. I personally was a master of config.sys and AutoExec.bat. So many simple things in simple times. If only we could relive them.
Thank you for subscribing, guys.
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin.
Woo! Yeah! Blizzard Entertainment Arcade!
What a collection!
Okay, well, this is interesting. So, they're showing, like, their classic games now? Like, that's kind of cool. I wonder if they're gonna, like, sell them. I think they're gonna sell, like, classic games and merch or something like that. Maybe we'll be able to download some of this stuff for free or something, right? For a limited time. Like, some of their really, really classic games. That'd be kind of cool, right? And I think that's why they're doing this. Like, look at all these classics that they're gonna be that they're showcasing right now. Why would they be showcasing this unless they're gonna sell something involving it, right? So I got my soda for the show, boys. I have my Overwatch jersey for the show. I have my Overwatch hoodie for the show as well. I'm all decked out in all Overwatch stuff, guys.
The Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. These are ports of the games, just as you remember them.
All right.
Allowing you to relive the original experience of all three titles in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s. Both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today.
Oh, I'm buying it right now then.
Now, you ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's next for World of Warcraft.
Awesome. Is this a new trailer? Is this a Shadowlands trailer? Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Yes!
Hello,
For the
everyone.
Horde!
Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft
Woo!
unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, Classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it. Because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you.
Let's see what's on the Overwatch channel. Oh, the Overwatch channel isn't started yet. Okay.
To show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant Pride. Kyrian, take flight. Night Fae, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vintha, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon.
Right.
And the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic,
All right,
we
let's
fought
do
an
this.
endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad in his floating citadel of Naxxramas. In Shadowlands, we helped our Covenant recover from the anima drought, brought on by Sire Denathrius, Master of the Vinthier, and traitor to the Pantheon of Death. We survived the halls of Torghast and crafted legendary gear in our efforts to expel Denathrius.
Yes, legendary gear. Woo.
But innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the Maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the Maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe.
Yeah.
And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time.
Yeah, what has she been doing?
We're excited
Tell
to
us.
unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Yes! Woo! Alright, so this is gonna be the trailer for their new DLC patch, guys. Here we go.
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
But I mean, she's always doing some sort of weird, like, story thing. Like, it's like they're
Right
trying to
now,
make her character relevant.
Hold all the power. Make your choice.
She's been crazy. She's been like back and forth between what she wants to do. I don't even know if she knows what she wants to do.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot...
I knew we were gonna be getting trailers and stuff too. I mean,
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul, seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king.
a king. What king?
all our
The king of the Alliance?
One who has
Come
spent his
on.
life
What about the Horde?
striving for
Why is the
justice.
Alliance always like the center of the show here? Why can't the Horde have a turn at the spotlight for a little while?
His people.
We want the Horde out there.
One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me. Just as you once sought to bind your own brother.
Are you serious?
The vessel performed its part flawlessly.
Wow.
3 keys remain. Then they will see.
This is insane. I loved how the animation is in this broadcast. Like they're Chains of Domination. Okay, I'm definitely going to be playing that on stream, guys. You know, now one thing I definitely find interesting about Blizzard is how much work actually goes in to their trailers, their characters. It's like a Pixar film, right?
Of your Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection.
Ooh, I want to donate.
Whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are.
Ooh, the new pets that we can get.
Bananas! Literally. He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade era, so we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him.
Aw.
And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth. She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck when you need a hug. Your donations during this campaign will go to support the medical humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders, also known by their French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF. They're an amazing group doing important work around the world.
Okay.
We're grateful
I don't know if I want a cheesy pet like that, though. I mean, I don't mind donating, but that pet is like, it's already a released pet, and like they're just handing out like their throwaway pets that they don't even care about.
Shadowlands. Classic players, now it's your turn.
Is that Hearthstone music I hear?
She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
I already know what's in store for WoW Classic. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Burning Crusade it is. Watch, I bet you.
Hi, everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years.
Burning Crusade, right?
You know,
Mention Burning Crusade.
Worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow. I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a night elf hunter and be like that famous dark elf ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was, and still is, a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team to bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans and a whole new generation of players. As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like
I don't know, man. Her story doesn't look believable to me. She's a boomer. She probably doesn't even care about World of Warcraft. She's just one of the financial people.
Through the dark portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula, heard this terrifying noise, and then saw the Fell Reaver. Biggest roamer I had ever seen. And I was very
I don't know.
like
My opinions of WoW Classic is they're re-releasing World of Warcraft and just labeling it Classic, re-releasing the old World of Warcraft.
After time.
And it's like I already played it.
I'm super excited to be able to share
I don't
with
really
you
care about
where our
to
adventures
really
are taking us
participate in WoW Classic because I already played WoW, right? It's the same thing. It's just re-released again. It's like somebody playing RuneScape a long time ago, and then they re-released RuneScape Classic, and I'm like, all right, well, I've already played RuneScape. You know, I don't know. But let's see what they're doing for it. Maybe they're gonna change something.
My realm.
I knew it. I knew it. I was right. I was right about what they were releasing for it. It looks almost the same as regular retail WoW anyway. Hasn't really changed much. Alliance. All right. And the Horde. Burning Crusade. I knew it. Yep, I was right. I was right. I was right.
Your foolishness has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Death to the outsiders.
I'll turn your world upside down.
I really enjoy playing World of Warcraft, you know, and I can't wait to play. I knew they were gonna launch Burning Crusade in Classic WoW. Just saying, like it was kind of obvious, you know. That's the next part of Classic, you know. That's just how it's gonna go. It was obvious.
Brings back so many memories.
I knew they
right?
were gonna release Burning
Like
Crusade.
exploring the fungal forests of Zangarmarsh, or
I remember when Burning Crusade first came out.
Magic
You know.
alive in Netherstorm, the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon. I love playing them both. Do you choose to enlist the Aldor or the Scryers in your quest to fight the Legion? And of course, we can't forget gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were, and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal
I knew what they were going to be doing. That was kind of obvious.
when you faced the Fell Reaver for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Fellhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community.
I mean, it still looks the
Soon you'll
same
be
from
able to
Classic and
revisit
now.
Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters. Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever? Whatever you decide, you can do it all with your one WoW subscription.
Huh,
Now,
interesting.
I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you are prepared. And now we're going to hear what's coming up in Hearthstone.
All right, Hearthstone. Let's hear what's coming up in Hearthstone. I did play that game for a little while. Hearthstone is a lot of fun. It could be a little bit better though. Let's see what improvements they made.
Greetings. We're truly excited to share with you everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix. We added our first new class, the Demon Hunter, and ventured into
Which is a World of Warcraft character as well.
Then we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third expansion of the year, we brought you Hearthstone's biggest update ever, alongside the menacing old gods in Madness at the Dark Moon Fair. We launched a brand new game mode, Duels, that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day.
We
also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made
Finally.
a significant overhaul
I remember
to
that.
the rewards and progression within the game.
I was like, finally they have an
It's time
achievement
to say
system.
farewell to the year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year. Welcome
Ooh, year of
to
the
the
what?
year of the Griffin.
There you go. I was waiting for you to actually say what it was.
We've made
Year
big
of the Griffin,
changes to
okay.
Hearthstone. Throughout the year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always excited to log in. First up, we'll be giving the standard format its biggest shakeup ever, with the launch of the Core Set later this year. The Core Set replaces the old Basic and Classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years, as well as 29 awesome brand new cards. And the best thing about the Core Set, is that it's entirely free. So, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone. Here are 3 of Hearthstone's legendary dragons, reimagined to feel more up-to-date and competitive for modern day.
Alright, well, at least they're refreshing the set.
Ysera the Dreamer. You'll finally receive her full arsenal of dream cards right away. She's a nightmare for your opponents.
Alright, that's a cool looking card. I'll take it.
Fill your hand with spells.
Draw spells into your hand till your hand's full. Okay.
Worthy of the aspect of magic. And finally, everyone's favorite
That's not bad of a card.
dragon.
Woo! Nice!
As ever, but timed correctly.
Destroy all minions, discard a card for each destroyed.
We'll
Not
also
bad.
be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards. So,
I remember
if
that.
you want to relive the old school experience, then Classic is the place for you. With
Why
Classic
is everyone re-releasing old
Now,
stuff?
let's take
I
a
never
look
understood
to the
that.
future.
Guys,
Explore the first
explain to me, chat.
of the year of the Griffin.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure. But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen.
Okay.
And your heart must be mighty. Strength and honor. This is who we are.
Hearthstone, alright.
That's right. We're headed to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales.
Of course.
The Barons. And we'll come face to face with
Of
the heroes
course we're gonna be going into the Horde now with Hearthstone. Why won't they? They're trying to merge everything together, aren't they?
One-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde. Shadowhunter Vol'jin. Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponents. And to celebrate the announcement of Forged in the Barrens, this card is available for free for everyone later today. So log into Hearthstone and claim your free copy of Shadowhunter Vol'jin. And as a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back.
Nice, I can't wait to
We have
get that.
another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master, Samuro, featuring the new keyword, Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives. In Samuro's case, this can be used to clear your opponent's board. Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess, but others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of cards that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5 and 10 mana, ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game. You'll also notice that they're categorized as nature spells. With Forged in the Barrens, we'll be permanently introducing spell schools across the entire game, which enables a whole host of exciting new strategies. And don't worry, members of the Alliance will be featuring some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year. But what I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries.
All right, let's see what this is.
Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay, where you build teams consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains from the Warcraft universe, including
Which are?
timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner, and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire.
I mean, why would I don't know if I want to play as her though in Hearthstone.
Like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush,
I remember
and
this.
the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon Slayer. You'll lead them in battle through highly replayable roguelike missions, where the map is randomly generated every time you play, and each node represents a unique challenge for your team to take on. Your heroes gain levels, new abilities, equipment, and can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves.
Alright.
We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the road. Everything you've seen today.
So I guess we're also looking at the unloved, unwanted stepchildren of Blizzard, which is Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm, and stuff like that.
More details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support is what drives us.
Bring us Jeff! Bring us Jeff! Bring us Jeff!
We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I am so excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's a great time to be a member of this community. All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during BlizzCon of 2019, and we've been truly...
Oh, is this the new Diablo game? Diablo 4 is finally coming out, right?
Through quarterly updates, and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided.
I'm very excited to play Diablo 4. I played Diablo 3. It was a great game. Now we want the new Diablo.
Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen. And savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo.
Okay, let's see the new class. Give us a new class already. Just stop with all the fluff nonsense and give us a new class.
First classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Show us. All right. Well, all right. So we get a trailer. I love their Pixar sort of animation trailer, so it's probably gonna be good. All right. Let's see what it is.
There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me.
Okay.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
I need more soda, boys. I'm about to go and get more.
May he shepherd my soul.
And grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief. who stole from those more fortunate.
Huh. Okay, and you took someone's ear?
I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done.
I think it could have had more gore. Like, I kind of like the idea of a more gory trailer for Diablo.
A heretic. A murderer. Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you... you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled.
Alright.
And you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
A rogue class. Fascinating. But this looks kind of cool, though. Really OP class, I would say. Like, this is completely insane compared to other classes. Hello, Mega Music 25. How are you doing? Welcome to the live event on my channel. What is he about to do? Oh, she's done this before. And he just hangs them all up. Fascinating.
Just the sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo. Even seeing them come back as NPCs and mercenaries in Diablo 2's Rogue Encampment served as a great bridge between the games.
The Rogue seems interesting.
With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world.
Mega Music 25, how are you today?
We're excited to show you not just what the successor.
I hope you enjoyed this live commentary of the live event that's happening right now.
But also what some of the other rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first. And the Rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the Rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of Rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled archer, modeled after the original Sisterhood, or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest alleys of Chaldeum.
I would do the cloak and dagger.
4, you will have the
probably
freedom to create the rogue that you imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the
Mega
Rogue
Music
class.
25, I'm so happy you made it to my live stream and my live content.
Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show.
Really?
But Diablo 4
What are you gonna do with these severed
is not
ears?
the only Diablo game we're talking about today. If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered.
Are you relaunching the mobile game? Do you know what happened last time you tried to mention it? Of course you're gonna mention it now because no one's there to riot.
All new story, bridging the gap between
So you feel safe to mention a mobile game now, huh?
Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test.
Nobody wants your mobile game.
We have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games,
last year, when they mentioned a mobile game, there was a huge outcry over it. Like, no one liked it. That they tried to make a Diablo mobile game for some reason, and now they mention it when you know, no one's there.
Maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years. If so, we have a special surprise for you today.
Okay.
Let's check it out.
What is it? What's a special surprise?
Now you know what I seek, Marius. Were these the demons from... Don't do it! It seems you are not acceptable. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror.
20 years ago, a game defied the genre.
Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
Remastered. This is interesting. So they're re-releasing a classic Diablo game. On PC and consoles. With crossplay. You know, Asmongold mentioned this at one point on his YouTube channel, saying that they're probably going to relaunch Diablo.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned.
And he said he would play it,
Once again,
the classic one, to get the same experience.
Always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster of both the original game and the expansion, Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies. Blizzard has a long history of games that we're proud of. And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play.
Okay.
We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game.
I was alive when they released it. It's just that I had never had the money to get games like that when I was younger.
PC and console, along with cross progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner
I'm wondering what they're releasing for StarCraft.
Roundtable with members of the development
Like, I want
team
StarCraft to
on
come back the way it
dedicated
used to
Diablo
be.
channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look.
All right.
So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands,
It is a lot of looking back,
it's
isn't it?
actually a very small percentage of our developers
I want to
on
see what's coming up. What's
far more
next?
people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond.
Well, then
If you
tell
had
us.
asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard lineup of games. The advances in technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have enabled that's even more incredible. If you think about the people who play games and the communities that have grown up around them, the way people can connect instantly, no matter where they are in the world, the way people are increasingly able to express their identity and celebrate who they are through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports. It would have been hard to imagine any of that.
I love cosplay. I just wish I could afford to do such an activity.
Is what excites us.
I would do cosplay if I could afford it.
There is so much. that
I
we're
love
working on.
cosplay.
And some of it you already know about. The rest, we look forward to talking to you about it when the time is right. Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and Hearthstone are diverse, expansive, and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our
Okay.
worlds and welcome
All right, this
more
is
players
so long. Like, come on, get past this nonsense. I want to see what's coming up.
to continue to lead on priorities like accessibility and toxicity control,
Mm.
and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement.
Toxicity control, you
we all
say?
felt
Well, since
we
when?
defeated the Lich King. We'll beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when we geek out on those experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year, next year, and the next 30 years. Now, what's coming next for the show? Well, it depends on where you watch. For those of you looking for an update on Overwatch, check
Finally.
out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of opening ceremonies. There, you'll hear about Overwatch 2.
So we do have to switch
new
channels.
features, including new maps.
Hello,
hero
Little
missions,
Cash
talent,
Gaming. Hi, how are you?
will make
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing a live commentary on the new show,
Hearthstone,
on the Blizzard Entertainment broadcast.
and on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to BlizzConLine. be good to one another. Welcome home. Before we kick things off, here's a little something.
I joined a
previous
clan
BlizzCon had.
called HB. Interesting.
Hey,
what
thanks
do you
for
mean?
having us. We're Metallica. Thanks for having us at
Metallica,
BlizzCon
what?
2014. We would love to be there this year, but obviously can't be.
Woo, Metallica!
So
Yeah!
here we are, and this is for you.
No way! Yes! Wow, I can't believe Metallica is actually performing. That's kind of cool. Overwatch 2 is getting an update? Yes, it is. And I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. Overwatch 2 is going to be having the biggest update ever, and I can't wait to see what they're going to say about it. Oh, I can't believe Metallica is actually performing for Blizzard. That's pretty cool. I didn't even think Metallica even knew what Overwatch was. That was an old school classic that I used to love, is Metallica back in my days. That was my thing back then. That's really nice and refreshing to see Metallica actually performing. That's pretty cool. Who is Metallica? This is Metallica. Metallica is an old school metal band. From back in my days. In the 90s. Yeah, they were like the, you know, most famous metal band / rock band and from any generation really, from anywhere. Like they're really good. Everyone knows who Metallica is. I'm surprised you don't. They're like extremely famous. I'm surprised they're even still alive. This is pretty cool. I'm actually enjoying their music. Like, they still sound the same, and they're old. He's like super old, and he still sounds the same. You're watching it right now? I know, right? Isn't that awesome? Well, we should watch it here, because I'm doing live commentary. Live commentary is much better than anything else, right? And I'm going to be talking about all kinds of news and updates for Overwatch anyway, and Blizzard and entertainment and everything else in general anyway. So we'll catch everything here live. and the newest updates and everything on my channel before you get anywhere else. Thank you, Streamlabs, for letting everyone know about my website. Ooh, cartoon now. We get to watch a cartoon now for Blizzard. What is this? Okay, so some weird cartoon, okay. No, the stream's not delayed.
I'm king of the world!
I don't think it's delayed. Why? Why do you think it's delayed?
For Lordaeron!
Huh. Interesting. What? Wait, is my stream quality bad, guys? Let me know.
Your death will.
What's wrong with my stream quality? I mean, there's always gonna be a weird delay, right? Everything's gonna have like a weird delay.
Vespa Gaia Inu.
Die. Yeah. Like, there's whenever you're broadcasting or streaming something, there's always gonna be that weird delay, right? There's always gonna be a slight delay. Maybe by like a couple minutes, if anything. It's not that bad. Warcraft 3! Woo! Okay. World of Warcraft.
You are not prepared.
Burning Crusade.
Frostmourne hungers for your soul.
Fascinating. Even bigger monsters now. Right, that's how World of Warcraft was, I know.
Your time has come.
StarCraft. This is a cute cartoon. And then we talk about Diablo.
Strange.
And then we get the Hearthstone cards.
to you. Seems you're ready for the real thing.
What is this? What is this cartoon about? Like, I don't even know what's happening.
Watch your
Epic Games gave me a free pickaxe, rap, emote, and banner for no reason.
Look at me.
Kinda cool.
Looks like we got an
Overwatch!
I'm
Woo!
getting good at this. I am in the groove.
You like the pickaxe? That's pretty cool. I can't wait to see it. You gotta show me it.
Surprise. Piece of cake.
They're just sitting there writing. Okay. I don't understand this cartoon at all. I have no idea what happened on that cartoon. But I remember those days when you used to put a bunch of sim turrets along the payload and just sit on top of it. Like, Overwatch was like crazy like that back in the days. Like, I could layer a payload in turrets and just sit there like this, riding the payload. Like, that was the days of Overwatch, man. Back then. So I'm wondering, this is the World of Warcraft, this is the Blizzard
Welcome
stream,
everyone
right?
to our deep dive panel for WoW Classic.
When are they doing Overwatch? Did they do Overwatch yet?
Or about Overwatch 2. Allow us to invite you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit record. Fingers crossed. We lost Scott.
It's off to a good start.
This is going great.
Alright, so this is Overwatch 2
We've been
stuff.
assembling one of the best teams that I have ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud
I
of
want to
the
watch World
progress
of Warcraft
that we
too,
have
though.
made together.
Can I like watch them all at the same time?
Director for World of Warcraft. I've been at Blizzard for 15 years now, and have been on WoW.
I'm
kind of
like missing some. Like,
avid WoW player
I want to
myself,
watch it all.
and really excited to open up that dark portal again as we all step through it.
And my name's Brian Birmingham. And
Let
I'm
me
the lead
watch
software
World of
engineer on
Warcraft
WoW
too.
Classic.
Like, you know, I want to watch both Overwatch and World of
Definitely
Warcraft.
been challenges, but the team is really putting everything we've got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big step in the Overwatch
Alright, so this is
universe.
Overwatch 2.
New heroes, game modes, major story beats.
With competitive and PvE, I see Overwatch 2 as the Overwatch for all of my friends.
You know, we're always inspired by what story and franchise development does with the animated shorts.
I want to hear what they're doing with
We
Overwatch
really wanted
1
to bring
though.
that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time. I am super geeked out about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just gets better and better.
There are some things that we just can't do without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2.
Alright, so we get to see it. Okay, cool. PvP, maps and roles and updates.
All
Let's do
the
it.
players at home, they want to see one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really, I can just talk about anything that I want to.
Yes.
You're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked information in past interviews.
You can do it officially now.
Okay, so one of the maps that I'm most excited for in Overwatch 2 is our Rome map.
Rome map. Ooh, let's see it. Woo! Overwatch 2 map,
We
boys,
always
let's
want
go!
Overwatch to feel like this globe-trotting adventure for our players. So we're having a lot of fun coming up with the Overwatch version of Rome.
We wanted a very romantic, sort of this powerful feeling of old world architecture. One of the most
I just
exciting
hope
things
they
for
have
me
more,
is the early
like-
building of these maps, where we get to sit down together with
I
key
want
people
a
from the
surreal
environment
feel
team,
when it
level
comes
designers,
to
effects groups.
looking
We'll
at
spend
these
some time
maps,
talking
right?
about moments in the game that we really want to see, like the Colosseum or a grand view of the hills of Rome in the backdrop. And then we'll go
I'm
back
looking
and do
for
a paint
more of
over,
a,
or we'll do a
like,
concept
one
painting
thing I
of
like
certain
about the
things
maps
based
is the
on that.
architecture.
We try to draw
right?
inspiration from as many different sources as possible. For example, one of our environment artists had just taken a trip to Rome, and he returned with thousands of pictures and was so
Yes, you
excited
can get Blizzard
to work
on mobile
on
as
a
well,
map
yes.
set in Italy.
There's a lot of ancient architecture in Rome that represents the empire.
That's
that it
what I'm
used to
looking
be.
for, the ancient
So we
architecture.
brought some
Show
of that
me
back.
some of
Some
that.
of the things that are destroyed in real life, we kind of rebuilt in a kind of an Overwatch style.
It's one of the most beautiful pieces of environment art that I think we've made for the entire game, and it just absolutely took my breath away.
Can we reveal more maps?
Yes, Scott. Scott, why don't you have the honor? Why don't you reveal, like, is there an artified, like, let's pick an artified one.
I know what map I want to talk about.
It
It's
is-
the one
it
that I
is-
just
it
get
is a
super
nice
excited
map.
about. New York City.
New York City?
is
Are you
just
serious?
an amazing Overwatch location.
New York?
We're really striving to make it as authentic as possible while still putting this Overwatch
Boys,
spin on it.
They're
There's a lot
releasing
of
New
amazing
York
buildings
City?
and architecture pieces that just, especially for artists, stands out a lot, and they usually use this kind of Art Deco style from the 1920s.
Yes, you can play
1950s.
Hearthstone on mobile,
We
as well as
started
Diablo
in an area
now.
that's a little bit like
And
the
a couple
Village.
other
There's
games
some smaller
probably.
shops there. There's a fire station, little pizza places, and things that people that are familiar with New York City
Uptown and
will either
Bronx,
recognize
yes.
or maybe see the reference that we're trying to make with some of our different locations. It feels like something you haven't seen in other games before because it's uniquely Overwatch.
Well, we should move on. Otherwise, we just have to reveal more maps. So we were talking about PvP, and you know,
PvP,
one
okay.
thing
I think
that
Overwatch 1 is
really
going to be
interesting
more
about
PvP, and
in
PvE will be
Overwatch 2
Overwatch 2.
is some of the philosophical changes we're making to the approach.
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading
But you can play
our
the
combat
games, yes,
feel.
you can.
The roles are playing differently. When it comes to
On
all
mobile,
new maps,
you can play the
it's
games
a
on mobile.
Pretty big departure from where we are on live right now. So I can't wait to see where we end up with it by the time we launch this thing.
We're also experimenting with the idea we call role passives, which are passive abilities that a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the tank heroes all have knockback reduction against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge for enemies that are shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes have a movement speed bonus, which is great for flanking around the map. And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
I mean, all of them already do
One of the more
that.
shocking changes that we've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP is a change to the tank role entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect other people.
So, for example, for Reinhardt, we've given him 2 charges of Fire Strike, so he can throw Fire Strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his charge, he's able to cancel it now, and you can steer it
That
more
would be much
aggressively, so
better
you can,
to do.
you know,
Why
not
can't
quite
they
turn
put
a
that for
corner, but you can
Overwatch
definitely
1
more
though?
accurately pin targets, and because you can cancel it, it allows you to use it much more aggressively and, you know, really go after those key targets without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, you know, all of your positioning, everything to get there. He's almost more terrifying now with his.
I kind of like the idea of having a more strategic approach to the abilities, though, instead of doing this.
And
I just feel like they're catering to people because they complain.
Changes that we're trying right now are to try
I don't
to
really like the
embrace
changes.
more of that instinct that players have when they want to play a big burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be aggressive.
But that'll encourage
Shortly
bad
after
gameplay.
BlizzCon, we spun up this group, our combat field group, to really just work on what happens when a player holds the trigger.
We're putting a ton of effort into looking at all of our characters and trying to give them even a more visceral weapon feel.
From sound to VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving it. And we didn't just level up a unit, we leveled up the rest of the game.
Okay.
When we first started working on Overwatch,
I can't wait to play
we
Soldier.
spent quite a bit of time working
That
on
new hero.
gunfire sounds and just general combat feel to make it feel really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much everything. Nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So they have kind of new audio pass and a new kind of feel and visual effect when you hit things.
Why can't we get those updates for Overwatch 1 though?
2 is what we're calling our Weapon 2.0 Sound Pass. What this is a big overhaul to the weapon systems in the game. That means the way the gun feels in your hands. You could feel the ammo running out as you're getting lower on the clip. We've really tried to amplify those sounds to better encapsulate the gameplay and the gunplay that comes with Overwatch 2. Another key
I
to
really
weapons
like
was
the
getting
sounds
them
from
to feel like
McCree's
they're in
gun,
the
though. That's
environment.
actually
This
kind of
meant
cool.
Working with convolution
I want that
reverb.
for
It's a
Overwatch
new
1 so
system
badly.
that we've implemented into Overwatch. It's a way that we can capture the acoustics of an environment and transport it onto the sounds that we're using. So we went and captured tales of guns in different environments through our weapon shoots.
So we get the sniper rifle sounds too.
And then we've
appropriately.
cut them and applied it so that we can support a lot more environments. Now we're supporting outdoor, urban outdoor, warehouse tails, tight tunnels, small rooms, and it gives a lot more presence to the weapons and the way that they react in the world.
The shooter genre has evolved a lot since Overwatch 1 came out. On top of that, I think we really want to push the visceral nature of how we do combat.
I guess it
So we
would give
focused
it a
lot,
more
not just
realistic
on
feel to the
wonderful
guns,
sound
right?
effects, but also with how the gun moves as you shoot. So you can really feel every single shot leaving the chamber. And there's a lot of subtle little tweaks we have to do on the gameplay engineering side to make that feel really visceral. Everything from making sure that the camera shakes are crisp, making sure that if you get shot, you know exactly these tight indicators show up on the outside of your reticle. All these things play into making the game feel not just tight and responsive, but also modern and up to date. Take 76, for example. What we wanted to do in Overwatch 2 with his weapon was make it really feel incredibly powerful, and that happens with a bunch of different elements that mix together. But it really feels
like the
gun is
recoil.
almost just outside of your control. A lot of that comes down to this camera shake technology, where every time you fire the weapon, you want to feel like it's running through your entire body, and the camera shake gives that extra bite to every single shot out of the chamber. It makes him feel really great.
You guys got a sneak peek of Sojourn from last BlizzCon.
Amazing.
She's been
Sojourn. Oh my gosh, this is the
and
part
she's
I've been
actually
wanting
really,
to
at this
see.
point become a lot of people's favorites in-house.
Yes.
When we look back at Overwatch when it was originally created, there was a lot of heroes that were made from a gameplay standpoint kind of surrounding a weapon type. For example, Pharah was based on a rocket launcher hero. Widowmaker is clearly like kind of the sniper. We thought there was a weapon that was kind of missing that would be a lot of fun to play with, and that's a railgun. It's so much fun in the playtest to have this really powerful shot that can, rip through enemies if you really are accurate with it. And she's all about that aim skill. So if you got that aim skill, you'll love her.
We're still exploring
I got
new
that
game
aim
modes.
skill,
And
definitely.
we're also reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of. We're of the mindset maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2.
No,
and maybe there's
don't do
a
it.
new cool
Don't do
game
it,
mode
Jeff.
that replaces it. We really want Overwatch 2
I like
to feel like
2CP.
the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game, not an add-on. It's not a small part. It's not an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game.
No.
And I think it's exciting. Hero missions are
let's see what
probably
this
one of the
is.
things that's the hardest to wrap your head around. if
I'm
you've
gonna
never
get
played
Overwatch
one
2
of
because
them.
I want the story, I like the PvE story mode.
The goal around hero
But that's for a
missions is
casual
for these
game,
to
of
be
course.
This co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition.
I'm all about
And I have
competitive
friends
too.
that they don't want to do that at all. So
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive, and it's also something
I'm all
that
about
I'm
being
interested in.
competitive. Welcome
Hero
back.
missions
Thank you
are
for
the
joining us.
content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of mission. We don't want players to feel like they're just in this grind to get to the top.
And there's a lot of really, really good back-end technology that we're exploring.
I
So
don't
the
know, man.
heroes are constantly bringing their
I hope they
personality
keep
and
Overwatch
some
1. Tell me
light
news about
story
Overwatch
to
1.
these
That's
hero
what I care
missions
about
as well.
because that's the competitive
The
Overwatch,
goal
right?
is to
At least
make
I would hope so.
as many as possible. Hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. Still have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of the multiplayer maps that we've done, and we're also adding new spaces onto some of these maps.
It's a huge challenge for the art team. We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to
But
add a lot
what
more
Blizzard
art
games
and level
could-
design to it.
In
I
this one
play on
hero mission
mobile,
playtest,
other
we came up to
than
an area in Kings Row that usually has a gate on
COD.
it. Suddenly that gate
you can
opened,
play
and I saw a
Hearthstone.
new area of Kings
You
Row
can play
that I
Diablo.
had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload.
You can
game
probably
type,
play others
and
too. I just
Halo
haven't
may
really
decide to
checked for
take
them.
this new route instead of going
I'm
the
assuming
usual
you
route.
can play
that was really, really
StarCraft
cool. It was
too,
like
but
this
I don't know. We'll see.
eye-opening special moment.
But you can definitely play Hearthstone for sure. That's one of them you can play.
Our
And
lead tech
you can play
artists
Diablo as
on the
well. They
environment
just
side,
released a
very
Diablo
early on
mobile
our own
game.
Free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm on the Temple of Anubis map.
They might
And at the
announce
time, we didn't know
Warzone
what we
coming
wanted
to
do
mobile.
with
Yeah,
that, but it
they
looked
already
awesome.
launched it in mobile.
We looked at it and went, oh my god, we absolutely have to do this.
So we put some new technology in place that allows us
Ooh,
to do this
sandstorms.
dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world just feel so much more alive.
Nice. All right, I'm looking
There's a
forward to
sunset,
that. But what are they
daytime,
are they adding this stuff
but
for Overwatch
depending
1?
on where
Is
you
what I
are
want to
in the
know.
world, these look different. California or Hollywood would have what we call a California sun. In New Bonnie, there's a great African sun that happens there. You start to get a sense of space and mood. This is what really brings the levels
Are you
to
bringing
life.
RTX to it?
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind and the atmosphere blowing by. It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in Necropolis, or there's a sandstorm in Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on knowing this information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Are we going to
Fascinating.
talk about any of the types of objectives in hero missions?
Yeah, let's talk about the objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next so that they all feel really fresh to the player.
I
For
like
example,
both
we have
Overwatches.
Gathering
Me too.
Return, where you're trying to
But
go about
like,
these
I'm a
different
competitive
canisters
player,
to kind
right?
of safeguard
I
them so they don't
want.
go
Oh,
off
I
and
don't
affect
want
the
Overwatch
population
1 to
in a
go
negative
away.
way. It
I
creates
want
this
them to
really cool
also
tension in
focus
the
on
world
Overwatch 1
where
as
on the
well
one
as
hand, you're
Overwatch
trying
2.
to split up and go grab all
Like,
these
I feel
canisters
like
to be as
they're
efficient as
leaning
possible.
towards getting
But at
rid
the
of
same
Overwatch 1,
time,
and
now
I
you're
don't want them
having
to do
these sort
that.
of
I
special
like
enemy
Overwatch 1
units
a
spawn
lot.
that are really difficult, and if
I
you kinda
want
get
all
caught
the
by
casuals to
yourself,
go to
it
Overwatch
turns
2,
into a pretty
leave
bad
Overwatch 1
situation really
alone,
quickly. It
and
feels
all the
extremely
people who take
cooperative in,
Overwatch
like, a very
seriously
different way
and do
to
it
interact with
competitively
the
for a
Overwatch
living
universe.
should play Overwatch 1. I feel like
We're
Overwatch 1
experimenting
is
with
great
all
for the
sorts of
competitive scene.
ideas, and just internally,
And
we
the
have
casuals
names
need to
like
leave Overwatch
Wall of
1.
Death,
And that's why
Scavenger
Overwatch 2
Hunt,
is a good
and
thing,
Kill
right?
Quest, and all these new mechanics and enemies for people to experience.
I love
Players will be
the.
able to jump in
There's a
night
lot of things
after
about
night,
Overwatch 1 that I
play
really
different
like.
hero missions,
And I want them to
work
keep.
through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
Yeah.
At
All right, let's
BlizzCon
see.
in 2019, we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent system,
Mhm.
which I think was really cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really
I mean,
blown
both
that
Overwatches
system
are
out.
cool.
I'm real excited about
I mean,
talents.
I'm
You
not
can
saying
play the same
saying
hero in
Overwatch
so
2
many
is
different
bad.
ways.
I
Now
like
with a
Overwatch
skill
2.
tree, you can have
But
fun
for the
every
game
night
it is.
doing
For the
different things or
casual
kind of
game it is.
experimenting.
Yeah, the
PvE.
talent system is like really deep and rich, and
I like the
every
story
single
and all
hero
that
has
other stuff, you
Different
know?
trees. You might open up 76's tree, and as you're leveling and picking new talents, you're starting to feel your hero change.
Right.
We've had some pretty hilarious versions of the healing one where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies. We called it the snowplow build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from
lose
them.
Overwatch 1, then
Designing
I
these is
will
super
quit
fun because
all
it's like we get to
Blizzard
break all
games
the
until
rules that
they
we've sort
want
of established for ourselves, and we get to really take the gloves off and do crazy things like Junkrat
man,
and
I love
dual-wield
you,
grenade
man.
launchers.
That's
and
just too. That's
Mercy
funny.
be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range through walls. It's been a ton of fun, kind of like mad scientists making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage. But it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities. You know, the animations are going to change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake you in place and stun, maybe chain to other enemies.
They better
All
not.
sorts of
They
stuff
better
to make
not
you
do
feel
away with
you're
Overwatch
controlling
1. I like
Battlefield
Overwatch 1.
in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree systems, it was like, oh my gosh, this is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan, and I want to see like where do I want to invest, and how am I going to play this character.
Yes, it's so great. And you start at the bottom of the tree. Like,
Yes,
oh my,
exactly.
Like Tracer gets to do what?
Yeah.
And then you start working and kind of planning how you're gonna get down there. It's like, it's so fun.
I like the talent tree
When
idea.
we
That's
look
kind of cool.
back at BlizzCon
I'm looking forward to that.
2019, and we talk about some of the criticisms that we had, One of them, as a development team, that we felt was that the combat was just not engaging.
I want to
enough.
see what's happening
So
for
the
World of
fact
Warcraft
that our
too. So
combat wasn't highly engaging to us as players meant that we had a problem with the enemy units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging. And some of this was adding new units and evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us.
I'm gonna get more soda, boys.
For us. So
hold on.
Sometimes we're gonna ask you to protect something in Overwatch 2. Sometimes we're just gonna ask you to get someplace. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was built to do one thing: slowly and methodically march
you're
towards
leaving?
its objective.
Oh, okay.
And then it transforms.
I just wanted to go get some soda.
And the bomb opens up like a flower. It starts spinning and charging up, and you hear this awesome sound, and you know you
But
have
don't you want to get the latest
a little bit of
updates?
time before it's going to explode, and you have to take it out.
Interesting.
We have units like the slicers, which you guys have seen before. They're little, we call them the chickens. They're like little chicken snares. They run really fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting with right now who flies and drops these bombs that create these kind of ever-expanding smoke fields that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly. So you really get to your mobility options to kind of escape that.
There's things like
I like the new
You
UI
could be
layout.
Moving
That's
through
kind of fun.
these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that polar spawn, it suddenly becomes like really
I
spooky
hope they have some
and kind of
Talon
scary.
PvE stuff
Very
in this.
tall, elegant-looking character that's blindfolded. 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes, and we basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam, and it's bringing you in, and then you get this awesome like anticipation of the hair opening up, so you know what's about to happen.
One thing we've just recently been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage. We want to make sure the elite units feel like they have different behaviors and have different attacks. So, for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally he fires his gun, he dies pretty simply. If you fight elite Grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take them out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to back away because if they get to you, they can explode.
Artillery at BlizzCon, we're all just staring at this, and we're like, what are we gonna do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently it's not reading as something that can happen in the game easily.
We change the design, we change the animation, and we go back and forth and just continually iterate.
We decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint, we decided on the spinning barrel version. Just did this really nice kickback. The tip of the barrel opens up when it's about to fire and shifts into place, and boom!
It's really amazing to be fighting an artillery unit, and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off, and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side, and really makes you feel like you're there, and it's super fun.
In a lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that feels responsive and visceral. Really making sure that when they take a hit, it feels like their whole body has been punched, almost like hit by a truck. That's what really sells this fantasy that you're playing these superheroes. One of the cool pieces of technology that we created was what we call chain hit reactions. Oftentimes you'll find Null Sector bunched up, marching maybe a half a dozen units abreast. You expect if you shoot one, they're gonna knock into their buddies. So we make that happen. Turns out it's really fun too.
One of the things that we showed last year at BlizzCon was the new looks for our heroes. The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve the essence of your hero, but also kind of show that that hero's evolved and kind of changed and moved forward. So we have a lot more new looks. So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the ones that we've done so far.
Maybe we'll share some of those new looks today, which would be cool.
Okay, let's see the new
We're going to
looks.
reveal McCree's new look for Overwatch 2 as well as Pharah. And we're
What
really
about
excited
Overwatch
to show
1?
off some of
Please
our
show me
first
Overwatch
villains,
1.
With Reaper and Widowmaker.
That's what
But first I
wanna
wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical clothing. What that really is using very techie fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that it's very aesthetically pleasing. With McCree, we took a couple different approaches. He's got this classic cowboy look that it's really hard to mess with, because if you try to make him too sophisticated or too techie, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around and try different shapes and silhouettes. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much, because that's a very iconic part
That
of
is
him.
a very
So that's another
iconic.
piece
His
that
cape
we
and his
kept.
hat.
We tried some retro cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there. Some that were a little bit more techie than others, some that were a little bit more classic cowboy. We gave him a little bit of a longer beard, and it really gives him a nice kind of like a more aged look. What's different about Pharah than some of our other heroes is Pharah's completely covered in armor.
What did they do to
change
her?
the silhouette too much. It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those original Overwatch colors of white and blue. One of the things that we wanted to update on Pharah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see
I think I like the idea of a more
now
transparent
allows us
approach.
to
They
see
really
some
changed
some more of her emotions. Reaper was actually the ones I was very excited to work on, because I could see a lot of
Reaper's my
potential
favorite.
in how we can integrate his cloak
In terms of
and his
style
cowl,
and design.
his armor, and how we can make all those shapes really sing within that classic, Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver arms, more layers to his jacket. Reaper's mask is obviously
He has a leather jacket,
pretty
right?
sacred to us. But the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got this like almost like deadly edgy silver that just gives him that classic Reaper look. With Widowmaker, we started with the idea stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach,
Did you try
treasure
naked
hunter.
too?
One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk-looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what Widowmaker is, but she even feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this route. We played with different hairstyles too. Widowmaker has the really long ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a parade, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been working a lot with our domino engine and making our cloth look better. Now that we have this cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're gonna be able to get really close to these characters, and it's gonna feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and
wow, they're
effort
making the face
to invest
moves
in
even more.
technology, and that way we can make these characters do more
That's
things
actually
that we
kinda
haven't
cool.
really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2, and it's just been so inspiring to watch the team try things that we've never tried before, and I just can't wait to show off more in the future.
I wonder if he'll
Overwatch
ever
2
take the cigar
is
out of his mouth.
Probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players. In 0 Hour, we saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're going to learn who's behind that uprising, why that's happening, how globally spread is it.
I want to see more
the story and franchise
Talon-related
development
content,
group,
though.
they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
It's been really great to see this collaboration grow and develop. The story is just a little more integrated into our missions than it ever really has been before. All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission. We have NPCs. We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch is this bright, shiny future. So how do you take that bright, shiny future and create conflict in it? How dark can the world of Overwatch go?
Pretty
the
dark, I
different
hope.
challenges that these characters are going to have to overcome in Overwatch 2 are things that they haven't ever dealt with before or dealt with on this scale. So what we had to do was literally strip it down to those bare bones of where are these characters in their lives. Overwatch has been disbanded, and now there's a situation where the world's in trouble again, and the world needs the heroes again, but they're not allowed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing.
We started to book these off-site locations so we could brainstorm over and over different versions of what the Overwatch 2 story campaign
So they
could be.
traveled places in order to get
had these
ideas?
whiteboards that we were carting around everywhere.
The room was filled with whiteboards, and we would just write every day story beats with the characters and who was doing what and where. And oh my gosh, we forgot this character.
We had these giant sticky notes, and each one of them would be a mission with a bunch of notes on it. You know, somebody say, well, what if we moved Rio to the end? And they'd physically grab it off the wall and stick it on the end.
And we did this for a while, you know, until we all felt that it was pretty close to what we wanted.
Then we could send it to our writers' rooms. The writers' rooms then had a much clearer direction of where we wanted this process to go.
Ultimately, we come up with something that we think is right for the game, and then we pitch it back to the game team, and they point out everything that we missed.
And that allows us to actually back up and go and make it right and make it better.
Because the scale of this story is so huge, it takes place over the whole world, basically. It just requires a constant iteration, constant refinement to make the story as best as we can make it.
From writing, we go to storyboards. The storyboards get crafted with the edit. From there, it'll go to a previs department where they'll start to flesh it out in 3D. Once we've kind of figured out our camera work and our cinematography, that'll then go to the animation department. And then we end up going right into the game engine.
One of our challenges was to figure out how to integrate this story and this narrative with the gameplay.
So if the intro cinematic ends with this huge battle, this huge war, when you get into the game, it has to mesh and feel the exact same way and blend together.
We really are also trying to get the music to be equally as consistent from in-game cinematics straight through to the mission. Adam Burgess, our lead composer, has been working with the IGC team, with the game team, developing themes for all the heroes, all of the locations.
As the cinematic director, whatever we're crafting,
music kind of makes the whole thing, though. If you don't have good music, you kind of don't have a good game.
To the gameplay,
Music really makes
like
your
completely
content.
immersive experience.
The engineers, we have to find a way to actually make that come to fruition. The choreo tool is a tool that allows people to coordinate different events to happen at the same time. Like in Rio, if you played our demo, one of the buildings explodes. And so that kind of event needs to happen as you're running by, and you need to have it timed, because if it blows up too early, then you don't see it. It allows story moments in missions that interact with the environment, that interact with our characters.
The new tech, the new abilities that we have now are allowing us to push our storytelling farther than we could have previously.
What's also really powerful about choreo is that, you know, if somebody has an idea, they can mock things up really quickly.
We got to show the Widowmaker making this awesome introduction. And Casey was able to quickly put a really rough prototype in choreo. And Philip would come in, and on the fly, he's making quick changes. They play tested something that would normally take weeks. It was done in like a matter of days.
So, do we get some
Story
Talon
mission
gameplay?
has its
That's what I'm
own
looking
custom map built for it, and these maps are absolutely gigantic.
India is one of our biggest maps, and it's a fun map because it has a few story beats that we've taken from recent comics and characters in the game.
We've written a history for each city so that the cities feel lived in. And I think that informs the artists so that they know like what it is that the city has been through.
Gothenburg was our chance to show Torbjorn's workshop. We created a space that kind of
finally
fits
we can
his
see
height,
some
so that,
Torbjorn
step
story.
ladders and scalable tables. We designed the space as if we were Torbjorn. Molten steel is pouring out of walls. It's pretty epic when you walk into it. Toronto was under siege by Null Sector when the players arrived here. There's a dynamic snowstorm. So as you make your way through the level,
Do we get to see the whole game? So
up.
this is the
Suddenly,
whole
by the
game?
end,
It's like,
the characters
okay,
are
that's
caught
it?
in this gigantic snowstorm, and they must fight their
They're
way
showing
through
us
it.
everything. Come on.
In
Why?
Overwatch 2, we want to give you choice to be able to play this character or that character. So we're designing a lot of systems around how their relationships develop over the course of the story missions in the campaign.
We have a cast of many characters, all on screen, all at the same time. And it's fantastic to actually see them all interacting and working together in ways that we've never actually seen. We've always thought about it and hoped for it, but now it's actually happening.
It actually requires us to have a whole new branching dialogue system. If you happen to have Genji and Mercy in the second mission of the game, you might get different dialogue that's about their relationship.
Our voice
Oh
actors
yeah,
bring the characters
they
to
were
life in ways
dated.
that
Remember?
everybody has
Genji
fallen
and
in love
Mercy
with.
did
From
went
inside
out with
Blizzard
each other.
to the fans, it's just to hear
Of course they had to
this
mention
collection
Genji and
of
Mercy.
actors all together, all interacting, has been a real treat.
I wish people could see how many people are involved when it comes to something like telling the story of Overwatch. It doesn't just come from a singular person, it comes from a group, and it's a really talented, fun group that all works together.
We've been developing what we hope is one of the best stories ever. There's some key story moments that I'm really excited about. I really can't wait to see how
I want to see talent gameplay. I'm looking forward to it. Like, we didn't get to see any talent stuff, and they're already jumping to something else, right?
We've been talking
What
about
about
the
Overwatch
game,
1?
about this universe. I know you all love it so much.
Right now, we can sit down and have a night of Overwatch 2 and have it be a really fun experience. And I think we need some more time till we can say it's perfectly polished in the way that we want it.
We've made such incredible strides since we first
So what are you
announced
doing
this
with
and showed
Overwatch
it to
1,
the
guys?
community at BlizzCon in 2019.
The thing that I'm most excited about is that moment when we hand the game over to the players.
We want to create something that really moves people, really touches people.
That's why we do it. We create
there's
the
that
game
Pixar
because we
cinematic
want it
look
to become
again, you
part
know?
of your life.
The whole
and
Pixar thing.
for you to experience it.
For Overwatch 2, we're upping the bar.
It's kind of 5 games in one. It's a huge undertaking.
The new tech and the new aesthetics for the new looks bring you closer to the characters that you love, and we're just getting started.
The fidelity of the gameplay experience is much richer.
We are making cinematics that push the boundary of what we can do to tell stories.
We want this dynamic world. We want things to feel alive.
I don't
I'm
know.
really looking forward to being able to expand the world of Overwatch for our players.
We're really trying to tell this epic story.
In order to make a game great, it takes time, energy, collaboration.
We have just an incredibly professional team of designers and artists and engineers.
We just love bringing this world to you guys. So many cool characters. It's just a blast working on it.
Our goal is for Overwatch 2 to be the worthy successor to the first
I don't
game,
want it to be a
the next
successor. I
evolution,
want it
and
to just
be a true
be
sequel.
another
Big plans.
Overwatch
Thank you for
to
sticking
play.
with us.
We're gonna cross the finish line, and I know it's gonna be awesome.
I hope people just end up loving playing it over and over.
That's what we want to try and capture. I'm jumping in, I'm playing. Let's go be heroes.
And what about Overwatch 1? What's the news for that? Are you just gonna forget about it? Show me Overwatch 1. Where is it? That's it? Where's Overwatch 1?
Dolby Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConLine.
That was
Watch
it?
Shop versus the world in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app.
So there's no Overwatch 1.
Coca-Cola.
One who has spent his life striving for justice.
This is World of Warcraft we're
One
checking
who
out
would
real
give
quick.
anything
Because I
to
love World of
serve
Warcraft.
his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach.
We saw this trailer already.
Step forward.
At my position, I feel unstoppable.
The best gets better.
I remember this.
Let me show you how it's done.
Turning up the heat. I'm ready.
Skins
Give me your best shot.
for Overwatch are advertising.
새해 복 많이 받으세요. You can't catch me.
I've got you in my sights.
Now we're moving.
It ain't mine, ain't it, I? Lights out. I've still got it.
I remember that. The event's over. So where's Overwatch 1? It's kind of disappointing there's no Overwatch 1.
One of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the web.
That's Diablo. So let's watch World of Warcraft for a little bit.
They will see. Death was never meant to be changed.
So that's the new DLC for Shadowlands.
There's a
World
lot
of Warcraft
to unpack
retail.
there. But as you can imagine, we're not going to take a strike like that sitting down. We're going to call in the forces of all 4 of the Shadowlands Covenants. For the first time in years, they will all come together, now reinvigorated by anima and by our actions within the Shadowlands, to take the fight directly to the jailer. Within the Maw, we will uncover
we get to fight the
brand
jailer
new,
now?
never-before-seen areas. We'll also be fighting off some new and never-before-seen enemies, of course, and naturally be uncovering some brand new Maw-themed rewards while we're at it. Our return to the Maw includes not only a chance for us to push back against the dark designs of the jailer in areas that previously were very forbidding for us, where we really weren't able to spend very much time there. Having a secure, solid foothold with all 4 covenants allows us to push back against that oppressive force. We'll be able to stop the Eye of the Jailer in its tracks, exploring areas that we were unable to explore before, and our mounts will once again even hear our call within the Maw. The Maw will not only include some areas that we have seen previously, now with our new allies of the Covenants changing things up there, but also some never-before-seen sections. Let's talk for a second about the largest of those sections. So in the finale of that cinematic, you saw that the jailer had sent his chains off out of the Maw and into the darkness. What he found there, that landmass shown there at the very end of that cinematic, is a landmass known as Korthia, and it makes up the largest new section of the Maw. Korthia is an ancient space that was lost in the in-between.
Korthia.
It has its own strange creatures and wildlife that inhabit it, but it's also inhabited by some of the characters that we've previously seen in Oribos, including the Attendants and the Protectors, and some of their city structures. And very similar to Oribos, it is filled with mysteries, the likes of which the Shadowlands has yet to uncover. It is these
Let's see if
ancient
Overwatch has any
mysteries.
updates happening.
Hi, I'm Darren.
Yay! That's right. I forgot to say you guys have to clap for us because usually you're right in front of me with your big smiling faces, but you're not here. So you got to promise me that you're clapping at home, please. And then, of course, we have to have our beloved dad. We have to have Soldier 76, also known as Fred Tatasciore. Yay!
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Happy to be here.
Oh my.
And really glad that you let me use my apartment. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. And then, of course, our beloved power female, totally kick-ass and wonderful in the game, our delicious diva, also known as Charlotte Chung. Yay! Oh my God, I love it. And then, if I had my way, I'd have the whole cast on this stage. It's so, every year I want you to know, having to work with the Overwatch team and choose is so difficult. But we just had to get the ones we love them all, but this is who we ended up with. And we've got our fabulous, I don't really think you guys have heard of Matt Mercer before. He's new to the nerd world. So I want to introduce you to Matt Mercer for the first time, also known as McCree.
McCree, nice.
Happy to be here in Soldier Dad's apartment.
Love it.
Anytime, son.
And then we also really wanted to bring somebody new in to share our love with you and to share our love of her. So I'm
McCree
so
looks
excited,
cool.
so honored and
McCree
privileged
actually looks like
to introduce you to Jeannie Volet, who plays Echo. So Jeannie,
welcome.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes. And I know you can't see our fans, but everybody, this is BlizzCon. These are our fans. Let's just pretend they're out there and say, we love you, we love you, we love you, we love you. Yes. And then, as you know, I always love to have somebody from the team, so I'm really honored and delighted to bring somebody to you from the Overwatch team, the creative director, Jeff Chamberlain. So
yes.
This is Jeff Chamberlain. Jeff,
Oh no, it's Jeff. I thought it was gonna be Jeff Kaplan. Crap.
And Jeff, you and I never talked about this, but I'm
I
so
want
excited.
Jeff
I never
Kaplan,
tell you this.
man.
I need to tell you I love you more, Jeff. But because Jeff and I have worked together for so long, I remember you and I in early StarCraft 2 sessions together. I mean, we go way back. We're OGs together. So it's always really cool to work with Jeff and have him join us. So thanks, Jeff.
My pleasure. It's always fun to,
What about Jeff Kaplan? He was doing a lot of Overwatch. I mean, a lot of Blizzard stuff
And Jeff
back in
would
the
love
days.
to be here, but like all of us, he's got to stay extra safe for his family. Otherwise, he'd be sitting on my lap right now, right, Jeff? I think we'd be cuddling probably, or I'd be, one of those. So I'm really, there's so much I want to talk about. I wish we had all day. We don't. So I just want to, my goal, as I said earlier in the monologue, is to have you in my living room. So the first thing I want to talk about is how's everybody doing? You know, it's been a tough year. It's been crazy, and I just want to ask everybody, we can go in rotation or talk together. I had a tough year. I'm doing great now. Anytime I get to be with you, I'm great.
All right, so we're just
How you
having
doing? Tell me-
interviews with the voice actors. Let's go back to World of
These
Warcraft.
wings have a brand new art kit, as well as new floors and new floor layouts, and should feel like something you haven't seen in Torghast
I
up
really
until
love
now.
World of Warcraft,
You'll
by
be
the way,
facing off
guys.
against brand new foes with dastardly ways in order to stop your ascent, new traps to trip you up, and of course, to help us fight against all of these dastardly minions of the jailer, brand new game-changing powers will be available as well. Moving on to additional updates within Chains of Domination, fans of the Operation Mechagon Mega Dungeon from our previous patches will be happy to learn that we are once again bringing back the concept of the Mega Dungeon.
Woo! Yeah.
A Mega Dungeon
The
is
new
an
Mega
8-boss
Dungeons.
dungeon,
They're
epic
coming
in
back.
scale, and always has some unique and interesting loot
Mythic
that you
only.
can't find anywhere else. The Mega Dungeon for Chains of Domination is going to be focused around the enigmatic traders that we first met in Oribos, the Brokers. The Broker Mega Dungeon is a large broker trading city with portals, an auction house, and various different broker cartels that have made it their home. We're going to be learning more about broker culture and meeting some new and different kinds of brokers that we haven't seen up until now. This is an 8-boss dungeon, and in Chains of Domination will be available as Mythic only for now. Within the Broker Mega Dungeon, we will be facing off against brand new broker cartel members, including dastardly broker assassins and 4-armed broker guards. The second half of the dungeon, as we start to exit the broker trading city, will feature a heist section, as we chase a broker that has stolen an artifact and plans to use it for his own purposes. As we chase this broker through the heist section, he'll take us through a number of different portals that take us to a lot of different, very varied locations where we fight a number of different bosses. One of these fights, of course, is against none other than an infinite pirate dragon. I trust that needs no explanation, So let's move on to the rewards. The rewards of this mega dungeon include things that we will only see within broker culture, some very special broker pets, including a broker-themed cat. We can capture some of the rats that scurry around within the broker trading city, and we'll get to see one of the pets that the brokers actually use as a currency, these strange worms that they found on another world.
Oh, they're gold
and have
ones?
scintillating eyes that are gem-like. It's sort of like a living sign of your wealth for the high ends of the broker cartels. You might be able to purchase one of those within the dungeon or fight an enemy in order to obtain one of them. And we'll be able to obtain the broker's special and interesting disc mount, which they fly around their trading city with. In addition, there's going to be a dazzling array of different weaponry for you to collect as well.
All right.
Now let's move on to updates to some of our
use new
Covenant
weaponry.
systems. We've been fighting hard to gain renown with our covenants, gain soulbinds, and additional conduits. We'll be expanding upon a lot of these systems. Some of the ideas that we're thinking about include adding additional conduits, different conduit types, and expanding the soulbind system. Our general goal here is to give you more options in terms of how you specialize your character within your covenant and how you gain additional power levels. We're very early on in the ideation phase here, and we'd love to hear from you if you want to take to the forums and tell us how you would like to see your power grow within your covenant. Patch 9.1 also brings with it flying, something that we mentioned
Finally,
a while
added
back,
flying.
but we're sticking to
Yes.
it. There's no rep grind associated with flying.
Finally.
You simply just need to continue completing
You know how
activities
long
for your
we've been
covenant,
waiting for
and your
flying in
covenant
World of
story
Warcraft.
chapters will unlock flying for you automatically. But we're not simply going to be unlocking flying in Chains of Domination. No, we want to do everything heavily covenant themed because it's all about working for your covenants. So completing the flying will also unlock a new specialized flying mount specific to your covenant. For the Kyrians, activating Anima to the Eternal Forge has allowed your stewards to once again produce this powerful flying centurion that hasn't been seen in ages. For the Night Fae, activating wild seeds with Anima that were thought lost to the drought will reawaken our powerful ally in the Wolf Serpent. From the Maldraxians, the Necrolords naturally go to their natural environment, throw a saddle on one of the giant corpse flies buzzing around their backyard, and send that on into combat. There's one thing that you do know,
right there.
they're not going to be afraid of the stench
Necrolord.
of death. And for the Venthyr, activating Anima within Revendreth has allowed us to empower these Stoneborn brutes, giving us Anima-infused Stoneborn allies as our brand new flying mounts. But that's not all. Continuing to advance your covenant and your renown will also unlock a set of cosmetic armor. Cosmetic armor sets can be
But this
worn
is all
by
they're
any
doing
armor
is just
type,
adding little
from
things
cloth
though.
to
I want
plate,
a huge
and they
overhaul.
can be mixed and
Like,
matched
what about
with
the
any of your
textures? The
transmog
textures
outfits
are
if you wanna
terrible in
take
World
just
of
pieces
Warcraft.
them, producing
Are
a
they gonna
variety
up
of
those
different
things
unique
at any
outfit
point?
possibilities.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
The cosmetic armor set for the Kyrian is stylized after
The textures
Kyrian
look so
courier
old
who
and
might be
outdated.
rushing across the fields of Bastion with a
I mean,
missive.
look, it still
It's
looks
very
like that.
lightweight, it's very airy. For the Night Fae, your cosmetic outfit will be themed around the Forest Defenders and includes many natural wildlife elements, including the horns of the Great Stag and the leaves of the
Who's
various
Night Fae,
flora
though?
around
I'm not.
Ardenweald. As you can see, the colors here are actually themed after the seasons as well. For the Necrolords, we went all the way back to the Warcraft 3 initial idea of the Necromancer in this classically inspired Necromancer set, updated with Necrolord colors.
I don't know.
Everybody who's a Necrolord will finally get to also have a little bit of Necromancer in them as well. And finally, for the Venthyr, no Venthyr transmog set would truly be complete without a set of finery, just waiting for the next Venthyr fancy party to break out. Venthyr players will be able to obtain these fancy outfits for whenever you need to head off to a ball. Chains of Domination will also herald the beginning of Shadowlands Season 2, where we will be seeing the addition of a brand new Domination-themed
Honor
affix for
talent
Mythic Plus,
refresh.
an item level increase across the board in terms of available item levels that you can pick up by doing just about anything in the Shadowlands. We'll also be seeing the beginning of PvP Season 2, and something special in this PvP season that we're looking for is an Honor talent refresh. The idea
I
here
want
is to
open
take a
world
look at some of our
PvP though.
unused or underutilized
Like if
armor
I walk
talents
around
and freshen them up
in
a
World
bit,
of Warcraft,
change
I
things
want
around in terms of the
randomly
PvP
be
metagame.
killed
We'll
if
also
I don't know what
be
I'm doing.
seeing the introduction of seasonal rewards. These include both brand new colors of the Gladiator and Mythic Plus achievement mounts, as well as our new Vicious mounts. In this case, the Vicious mount is the Gorm. The Gorm was already pretty vicious, so slapping a couple of pieces of armor on that and sending them out into combat was a natural thing for the forces of the Alliance and Horde to do. All right, let's take a second to recap everything coming at you in Chains of Domination. First, we've got some major story quests, including a lot of the main characters of the Shadowlands that are centered most specifically around the designs and plans of the Jailer and his attacks on our allies in our covenants. We will be taking revenge by taking the fight directly to the Jailer in the Maw and forming a permanent presence there with all 4 covenants. We'll be exploring some never-before-seen sections of the Maw, including this new area known as Korthia and its various mysteries. We will be taking the fight directly to the Jailer himself in the Sanctum of Domination raid, which has the final boss as Sylvanas Windrunner. And we'll be making updates to Torghast, including some never-before-seen wings, floors, creatures, and powers. We'll be introducing a new mega dungeon themed around the brokers as a floating broker trading city with new bosses to fight there and some very unique loot to obtain. We're going to be expanding upon the conduits and soulbind systems and adding additional choice and power to your presence within your covenant. And alongside that, we'll be seeing some brand new Covenant rewards, including Covenant-themed flying mounts and Covenant-themed cosmetic armor sets, both of which will be available in a variety of different colors to collect. And finally, we'll be seeing the launch of Shadowlands Season 2 and everything that entails. Thanks everybody for checking out our Shadowlands update. We've got a lot of really cool stories to tell still here in the Shadowlands, and we can't wait to get this content into your hands. From everybody on the World of Warcraft team, we hope you enjoy Chains of Domination, and we'll see you in the Shadowlands.
Alright. And back to the Hearthstone music.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConLine. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConLine.
We decided to do the community mount because Shadowlands was right around the corner, and the main theme of Shadowlands was player agency and player choice. So this seemed like a great opportunity to engage the community and let them choose the next mount for the World of Warcraft. Basically what we did was we came up with 5 ideas, and we've actually invited all players to vote on the one that they like the best. It was interesting because we actually had a lot of internal debates about whether we would provide concept art for these pieces or not. I think we're all very glad that we didn't, because the artists in our community really engaged and came up with some awesome art to bring these ideas to life. As the lead art producer for World of Warcraft, I work with a team of 3 other art producers, and together the 4 of us are responsible for the tracking and coordination of all of the art assets that go into the game.
Oh, yeah, I already read that.
When the Wandering Ancient was chosen, I was given the task to bring it to life. First step in the task was to get together a reference board. I looked at fan art done by the community. I collected reference from past iterations of Ancients. That actually was like a huge base on where I began, especially if it's an asset that is, you know, a rehashing of something familiar. We've seen lots of different type of Ancients, but we've yet to see one that you could ride on. And so it seemed to make sense that if we were going to make one, it would line up with the pantheon of past Ancients. So we have Ancients like the Ancient of War, the Ancient of Lore. Their look aesthetically fits their purpose. And
When
so
are they
looking
upping
back
the
and
textures, though? The
researching that
texture
and
quality
seeing
is
that is
terrible
what helped me
in
kind
World
of
of Warcraft.
inform where I went from there. Once I have that reference board put together and I take a look at it, I start drawing real small. I
they
look
gonna
for a
mention
shape
like the,
that
you know,
is kind of a good
modernizing World
base
of
to
Warcraft
work
a little
off
bit
of,
more?
and then I'll start to work in more specific details as more of the larger shapes start to make sense. I wanted it to feel like a natural grove that a player may stumble upon, and then they just take a seat on this conveniently saddle-looking root system, and then suddenly it uplifts and the character's surprised he's found himself on an ancient. The whole point of the concept, it's just, all it is a blueprint or a guide. From there, I open up 3D Max, I start modeling it. I ended up keeping a lot of the foliage that was in the original Ancient because a lot of that stuff was already there. And then there was a couple major parts of the creature that had to be created from scratch. So that would be like his main torso and his head.
A lot of things had to be recreated from scratch. Just look at the rest of the game.
To kind of sculpt out a mesh to use as a base to retopo a low poly model that would be acceptable for the game engine. Finally, you know, for the texture, I used 3D Coat. It's a great, powerful tool. Anybody who wants to do hand-painted textures should definitely look into using it.
When rigging starts to build the rig for the animators, we talk it over with the designer and we decide to figure out what the best kind of topology is for better deformation for the animators to get a more lifelike capture. Deformation is basically how your skin moves on the bones. So the geometry itself gets attached. As far as how your arm moves and how your skin moves when you articulate your wrist, your elbows, beard, ears, you want to kind of get a general sense of how the head is going to turn or how the elbow is going to bend and get a better understanding of how it's going to deform. After that, you add controls for the animators so they'll be able to move those bones without having to worry about what's underneath the hood. They can just go for the visual look where they have the controls and animate just like a puppet.
After character art and rigging had finished with the model, they passed off to animation to breathe some life into it. The Wandering Ancient was a bit of a unique starting point. We had animations available to us from 16 or 17 years ago that really helped capture the spirit and personality for the creature. We wanted to use those as foundations to build upon, and with the updated rig, we were able to go in and add new motion and life on top of this creature. We do
Ridiculous family.
Yes.
Is very, very much cherishing these moments and appreciative for when they do come. So.
Yes. And for me, my animals, I've got 3 black cats and a dog, and it's like those are my frontline workers, are my animals, because they anchor me. So Jeff, how are you? I mean, Jeff, Blizzard, I feel like all of my friends at Blizzard are working so hard, and Jeff, is impossible because your schedule is so full. I think you're working harder now. Jeff, how are you doing? I mean, work and life, how are you? I don't ask you that enough.
Good. I mean, obviously, it's a balance between being aware and respectful of everything that's going on in the world, but then also finding the silver lining. So on the Overwatch team, you know, we're all on Zoom all day long and meeting up and just cranking through the game and making it as good as we can. The one thing that I actually have enjoyed during all of this is I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, and you know, in between meetings, I can go in and get a hug or a high five from them. That's awesome. I feel closer to them now than I ever have. Not that I love them more or anything like that, but just that I get to spend more time with them than I did when I was in the office all day. So that's really nice. And also it's the same thing with my wife. And then the other thing I think that's really nice, and some people also mentioned this, is that now everybody's on, you know, some sort of format of communication through their computers. I actually spend more time with my siblings who are all over the country. And just the other day, my son, who's 6, played a board game with my brother, who's much older than 6. So it was just fun to watch, you know, it's fun. And, you know, I reconnected with 2 of my childhood friends who I really don't get an opportunity to talk to that much anymore. But, you know, we get online and talk to each other much more than we ever have before. So I just see it as like a really horrible thing that's going on, but it's forced us to find another way to, you know, enjoy each other. And in some ways, it's actually opened up new avenues to reconnect with people that, you know, we may have lost that opportunity in the past.
Amen to all of that.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's just amazing. And so I'm going to ask you quickly, Jeff, and I'm going to talk about what we've been through. Since we're on you, Jeff, I mean, we're all trying to get Overwatch 2 done. I mean, how is it? You know, we were talking on the WoW panel that when we're at Blizzard, we could all jam together, be in the room together, have ideas, get a coffee, do our thing. We can't do that now. So what's it been like to try to bring Overwatch 2 to life when you're remote and you don't have those same connective tissues that we had when we were on campus? How's that going? And tell us every single secret about Overwatch 2 while you're doing it. So just let's do both of those. So
That could take the whole panel.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you pick up on that. I think when we first started doing this, it was a lot more challenging for us because, you know, we often would get into it, what we would call a writer's room or a jam session or something like that. And there's just a creative energy in the room. And it's like, okay to interrupt people with an idea because, you know, I really love your idea and I think we should do this, you know, that sort of thing. And as soon as you get online, that's not quite as possible because, you know, an interruption online, the audio doesn't really, it isn't quite as natural, if you know what I mean. But I think we struggled with it initially, but then ultimately, I think we all got used to the format and we found ways to continue to have those sort of jam sessions. And I'm in them almost all day, every day. And we're just constantly trying to figure out new things and refine things and figure out new story beats and all that stuff. So yeah, I think we've adapted. I guess that's the best way.
So how's Overwatch 2 looking? Best thing ever? No secrets. Damn it.
I like Overwatch 1.
One secret, Jeff. One secret. Nothing. Doesn't love us. That's fine. Well, I'm so happy, and it's really great. The creativity still goes on. It was hard for me at first, but you know what? It's something to focus on during hard times. But what I want to talk about, the main gist of this panel was, so the reason, obviously Jeannie's new, which is why she's here, but I looked at the panel from 2016 and was like, let's bring the original players back, because I don't think at 2016, any of us really logged in what was going to happen with Overwatch and how our lives were going to change. I mean, I'll never forget one quote I always talk about. Fred, I'm going to quote you. Fred said, you know, Fred does lots of cons, and his wife turned to him and with a Soldier 76 success, said to him, when did you turn into one of the Beatles? Like, so I want to open table this, and then Gina will come do, because I want to talk all about what it's like to come into this family.
It's a strange
but
thing.
You are all like ridiculously loved and famous and cherished and beloved. What's it been like? Tell me, since that panel in 2016, now you're rock stars. We have to, for those of you who have not been to BlizzCon, when Darren was in the Hilton bar one night, we had to form a human shield. We had to form a human shield because we were getting mauled.
We had a tank for the tank.
Yeah, a tank for the tank. So,
with my shield.
Yeah. So for anybody, so did you, questions, what was it like? Did you think, tell me what it's been like.
You did.
Kind of. Because I told you, that was my first ever cast panel. Ever.
Right.
And just being there at BlizzCon, and I'd gone the year before just to attend when it was announced. And I'm like, this is amazing. And to be announced. And we were all waiting and meeting everybody and being so excited. And I was the second. And Cara Theobald was first. And I had my candy. And I was standing there and I was really nervous and I was kind of tearing up and I was seeing everybody cheer. And I went, the minute you step out there, everything changes. Because I'm like, this is a big thing. We love this so much. We were hoping that they did. But it did. It's this incredible journey that we've gone through. And every year that we return to these characters and kind of don these vocal clothes, again, I keep saying it's joy, and I'm overwhelmed by that. But it became this force for good. And I don't think that's what we expected.
That's right.
That it was this positivity and that we could always be joyful whenever we met, you know, people or doing a Make-A-Wish.
This is
I've
the
done
long
4
and boring
Make-A-Wishes,
part. I
and
don't
we
care
all
about the
have
panel.
done them. And
I care about content, right? Oh no, what happened? Go back. Content, yeah, as I was saying.
And arena veterans started online, and so can you. The road to Gladiator is open, but only for those willing to take on the challenge. To get started, queue up and find your team, then head over to our registration portal for the next cup in your region. Anyone can sign up and compete, but only the top 8 teams who come out the strongest in the cups will receive invitations to compete in the first season of the AWC circuit. Each circuit season will host 4 weekends of round robin. The 4 best teams of each region will move on to the Season 1 Finals, a mid-season, double elimination tournament with $200,000 on the line. Teams who place top 6 in the first circuit season will automatically qualify to compete in the second season of circuit. However, the bottom 2 teams in the circuit will face challengers in a relegation tournament for a spot in the next circuit season. The relegation tournament will feature open registration and will be double elimination. The top 2 teams of each region will receive an invitation to compete in the second season of the AWC circuit. After 2 seasons of circuit,
this is
only the
competitive
most
World of
determined
Warcraft.
will remain to compete in the Arena World Championship 2021 Grand Finals. Whether you're a Rank 1 Gladiator, an aspiring challenger, or even somewhere in between, this is your path to glory. It's time to queue up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome
doing
to
the panel.
BlizzConLine. I'm so happy to have you here.
The same panel that
my
I
name
was
is
just
Andrea
watching.
Toyas. I'm the Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard, a job that I love very, very much. And I can't even begin to tell you how absolutely thrilled I am to be here with you today, to still bring voice actor panels to you despite the madness of the world. I've got some amazing, amazing, amazing friends with me. So hopefully the camera will show
So
you
we're doing
that
voices
we've brought
of
together some of
World of
our
Warcraft
favorite
now.
actors from World of Warcraft. So if you're at home, I want you to clap right now because I am thrilled beyond measure to have these great people with me. I mean, I haven't seen
And a true sequel to the first game, not an add-on. It's not a small part. It's not an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game. And I think it's exciting.
Hero missions.
Hero missions are probably one of the things that's the hardest to wrap your head around if you've never played one of them.
The goal around hero missions is for these to be this co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition. And I have friends that they don't want to do that at all. So I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive. And it's also something that I'm interested in.
Hero missions are the content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of mission. We don't want players to feel like they're just in this grind to get to the top.
And there's a lot of really, really good back-end technology that we're exploring so that the heroes are constantly bringing their personality and some light story to these hero missions as well.
The goal is to make as many as possible, hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. So have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of the multiplayer maps that we've done, and we're also adding new spaces onto some of these maps.
It's a huge challenge for the art team. We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to add a lot more art and level design to it.
In this one hero mission playtest, we came up to an area in King's Row that usually has a gate on it. Suddenly that gate opened and I saw a new area of King's Row that I had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload game type, and the payload may decide to take this new route instead of going the usual route.
That was really, really cool. It was like this eye-opening special moment.
New area of King's Row.
Lan, our lead tech artist on the environment side, very early on her own free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm on the Temple of Anubis map.
And at the time, we didn't know what we wanted to do with that, but it looked awesome.
We looked at it and went, oh my God, we absolutely have to do this.
So we put some new technology in place that allows us to do this dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world just feel so much more alive.
Fascinating.
There's a sunset, daytime, nighttime, but depending on where you are in the world, these look different. California or Hollywood would have what we call a California sun. In New Bonnie, there's a great African sun that happens there. You start to get a sense of space and mood. This is what really brings the levels to life.
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind
they
and the
never
atmosphere
mentioned
blowing
Overwatch
by.
1 once.
It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in Necropolis, or there's a sandstorm in Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on knowing this information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Are we going to talk about any of the types of objectives in hero missions?
Yeah, let's talk about the objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next so that they all feel really fresh to the player.
For example, we have Gather and Return, where you're trying to go and grab these different canisters to kind of safeguard them so they don't go off and affect the population in a negative way. It creates this really cool tension in the world where on the one hand you're trying to split up and go grab all these canisters to be as efficient as possible, but at the same time now you're having these sort of special enemy units spawn that are really difficult, and if you kind of get caught by yourself, it turns into a pretty bad situation really quickly, and it feels extremely cooperative and like a very different way to interact with the Overwatch universe.
I do like that. I do like a lot of this Overwatch 2 stuff,
all sorts
but
of ideas.
I want to see what they're
Just
doing for the
internally,
other
we have
game.
names like Wall of Death, Scavenger Hunt, and Kill Quest, and all these new mechanics and enemies for people to experience. Players will be able to jump in night after night, play different hero missions, and then work through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
At BlizzCon in 2019, we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent system, which I think was really cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really blown that system out.
I'm real excited about talents. You can play the same hero in so many different ways. Now with the skill tree, you can have fun every night doing different things and kind of experimenting.
Yeah, the talent system is like really deep.
So they're just reiterating
and
what
rich,
they already
and every
said.
single hero has
like
different trees. You might open up 76's tree, and as you're leveling and picking new talents, you're starting to feel your hero change. We've had some pretty hilarious versions of the healing one where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies. We called it the snowplow build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from them.
Designing these is super fun because it's like we get to break all the rules that we've sort of established for ourselves, and we get to really take the gloves off and do crazy things like Junkrat can dual wield grenade launchers, and we've had Mercy be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range.
She
through
used
walls.
to always be
It's been
able
a
to
ton
do
of
that
fun, kinda like
anyway.
mad scientists making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage. But it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities. You know, the animations are going to change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake in place.
What
and stuff,
will
maybe
Overwatch
chain
League
other
be
enemies.
using? That's what
All
I want to
sorts of
use.
stuff to make you feel like you're controlling the battlefield in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree systems, it was like, oh my gosh, this is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan, and I want to see like where do I want to invest and how am I going to play this character.
Yes, it's so great. And you start at the bottom of the tree. Like,
Yes,
oh my,
exactly.
Like Tracer gets to do what?
Yeah.
And then you start
Okay.
working and kind of planning how you're gonna get down there. It's like, it's so fun.
When we look back at BlizzCon 2019 and we talk about some of the criticisms that we had, one of them as a development team that we felt was that the combat was just not engaging enough. So the fact that our combat wasn't highly engaging to us as players meant that we had a problem with the enemy units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging. And some of this was adding new units and evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us is varied combat for us. So
what do you mean?
Sometimes we're going to ask you to protect something in Overwatch 2. Sometimes we're just going to ask you to get someplace. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was built to do one thing, slowly and methodically march towards its objective, and then it transforms, and the bomb opens up like a flower. It starts spinning and charging up, and you hear this awesome sound, and you know you have a little bit of time before it's going to explode and you have to take it out.
Right.
We have units like the slicers, which you guys have seen before.
They're pretty
little,
cool.
We call them the chickens. Like little chicken snares. They run really fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting with right now who flies and drops these bombs that create these kind of ever-expanding smoke fields that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly. So you really get to use your mobility options to kind of escape that.
There's things like the Polar. You could be moving through these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that Polar spawn, it suddenly becomes like really spooky and kind of scary.
This very tall, elegant-looking character that's blindfolded, 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes, and we basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam, and it's bringing you in, and then you get this awesome like anticipation of the hair opening up so you know what's about to happen.
One thing we've just recently been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage. We want to make sure the elite units feel like they have different behaviors and have different attacks. So for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally he fires his gun, he dies pretty simply. If you fight elite grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take him out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to back away because if they get to you, they can explode.
Artillery at BlizzCon, we're all just staring at this, and we're like, what are we going to do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently
they're present in the cinematic that we're making and all that stuff. And so I'm really proud about all the work that we've done.
We're still in Voices of Overwatch.
Hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint, we decided on the spinning barrel version. Just did this really nice kickback. The tip of the barrel opens up when it's about to fire and shifts into place and boom!
It's really amazing to be fighting an artillery unit and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side and really makes you feel like you're there, and it's super fun.
In a lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that feels responsive and visceral. Really making sure that when they take a hit, it feels like their whole body is being
updated all the
punched, almost like hit by
movements,
a
the
truck.
textures,
That's what really
the way
sells
NPCs
this fantasy
work,
that you're playing
everything,
these superheroes. One of the cool pieces of technology that we created was what we call chain hit
But I
reactions.
don't want them to do away with
Oftentimes you'll
Overwatch
find
1,
null
and that's
sector
what I'm waiting
bunched
for
up
them
marching
to talk about.
maybe a half a dozen
Like,
units
Overwatch 2
abreast.
is great. I'm
You
going to be
expect if you
playing
shoot
Overwatch
one,
2, without a
they're going to
doubt.
knock them to their buddies.
But
So we make that happen.
Overwatch 1, I'm also going
Turns
to
out
be
it's really
playing
fun, too.
for a different reason, though.
One of the things that we showed last year at BlizzCon was the new looks for our heroes. The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve the essence of your hero, but also kind of show that that hero's evolved and kind of changed and moved forward. So we have a lot more new looks So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the ones that we've done so far.
Maybe we'll share some of those new looks today, which would be cool.
We're going to reveal McCree's new look for Overwatch 2 as well as Pharah, and we're really excited to show off some of our first villains with Reaper and Widowmaker. But first I wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical clothing. What that really is using very techie fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that it's very aesthetically pleasing. With McCree, we took a couple of different approaches. He's got this classic cowboy look that it's really hard to mess with, because if you try to make him too sophisticated or too techie, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around and try different
still has
shapes
to be a cowboy.
and silhouettes. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much, because that's a very iconic part of him. So that's another piece that we kept. We tried some retro cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there. Some that were a little bit more techy than others, some that were a little bit more classic cowboy. We gave him a little bit of a longer beard, and it really gives him a nice kind of like a more aged look. What's different about Pharah than some of our other heroes is Pharah's completely covered in armor. We didn't want to change her silhouette too much. It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those original Overwatch colors of white and blue. One of the things that we wanted to update on Pharah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see through it a little bit now allows us to see some more of her emotions. Reaper was actually the ones I was very excited to work on, because I could see a lot of potential in how we can integrate his cloak and his cowl and his armor, and how we can make all those shapes really sing within that classic, Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver arms, more layers to his jacket. Reaper's mask is obviously pretty sacred to us, but the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got
better
this
silver anyway.
almost like deadly, edgy silver. That just gives him that classic Reaper look. With Widowmaker, we started with the idea stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach, treasure hunter. One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what
game is
Widowmaker is,
cyberpunk
but
anyway.
she even feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this route. We played with different hairstyles too. Widowmaker has the really long ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a braid, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been working a lot with our domino engine and making our cloth look better. Now that we have this cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're gonna be able to get really close to these characters, and it's gonna feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and the effort to invest in the technology, and that way we can make these characters do more things that we haven't really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2, and it's just been so inspiring to watch the team try things that we've never tried before, and I just can't wait to show off more in the future.
Okay, let's see what else we have. This is behind the scenes story.
Overwatch 2 is probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players.
I have not seen anything about Overwatch 1 either.
We saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're going to learn who's behind that uprising, why that's happening, how globally spread is it.
The story and franchise development group, they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
It's been really great to see this collaboration grow and develop. And the story is just a little more integrated.
I'm wondering which one's going to be talking about Overwatch 1.
All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission. We have NPCs. We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other. or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch is this bright, shiny future. So how do you take that bright, shiny future and create conflict in it? How dark can the world of Overwatch go?
We saw
The
this
different
already. I want to hear about
your
Overwatch 1.
animated short at the Blizzard campus. And just knowing that I was crying. I want to share that with you before anybody. Yeah, I do.
I know.
We're all these things
I know.
that we have connection where all these wonderful misfits, which is Overwatch in a lot of ways, the game, it's like they came together to do good.
Yeah.
Yes, and each character, like you said, is a standalone thing. Each movie is its own standalone film. When I first saw the Bastion movie, I was just like, this film exists as just a film. If you didn't know anything about Overwatch, or you didn't know anything, and each film kind of functions like
They
that.
should
What's
make
great about
Overwatch a
having
movie.
game is that you play your character, and then someone at a con will say, "I main you." You know, like someone that's not any like you at all. He was my thing, man. That's my stuff. You know, and it's like, you know, and it'd be like, you know, I mean, it's really, it's astounding. And again, the platforms that you get to, for me, for Soldier, I'm humbled.
So
you know, it was the military. So many military people would come up and connect, and I'm saying, but you're doing this for real.
Yes.
You're thank you. Don't thank me. This is something that now I feel like more responsible for that. And then, are you kidding? You know, now he's gay. Oh, great.
But not just for shock, for real. Like for real.
And I'm
for
glad
real.
I didn't
they just admitted Soldier's gay.
What's great is
we
it
didn't
didn't
play that.
matter.
Didn't matter.
And I mean, he'll never find, you know, to find love for him is a whole other, you know, story. But it was just, so now that is something that's available and open to people. And how great
I love it.
that platform can be.
It's great.
You know, to say, look, you know.
It's wonderful. I love that you said wonderful misfits. I think we should hashtag wonderful misfits. I'm thinking, you know, you guys at home know that I make T-shirts and pins for the fans.
Don't make another button that I have to throw.
More buttons, more buttons. Coffee mugs. Coffee mugs. Wonderful misfits. I'm going to steal that. That's who we are.
600.
Yeah, we found our tribe of wonderful misfits. That's why we're here. Well, I want to get to the fun stuff, guys. So, you know, I BlizzCon team, can you please give me 8 hours next year, wherever you're at? I think we need 8 hours.
Can I do one quick shout out?
Sorry?
Can I do one quick shout out?
Please.
We are, this is the voice actor panel. We are the voices of these characters, but we are one part of the collaboration that makes this story happen. You know, we are one of the, sometimes if we're lucky enough, early stages, sometimes later stages, but behind each of us and the directors you see out here at BlizzCon, you see there are hundreds of people that are artists, animators, riggers, writers, assistants, so many people that come together to make each of these characters come to life, to make the story come to life.
Shout out to
and
them.
that's what this event is every year. Is a celebration of everybody
All
brings
of
us
us.
together. So thank you to all the wonderful developers who work so hard to make these games come true and give us the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yeah, because it's not just one character.
Right.
You have a writer, an animator, a programmer, gamer,
It's a
designer,
village.
a director.
It's a village.
A person who picked you for the part, to audition.
Well, you did pay me, but I mean, we don't really talk about that.
I'm trying to send you some pins.
Right, exactly. Well, cool. So I really do. It's so hard timing. If you guys haven't, it's so hard for me with timing on these panels because I could just talk like this all day. But Jeff and I and the Overwatch team decided we want to really mix it up this year and be ridiculous. So picture we're all in our pajamas right now, which we are going to do pajama party next BlizzCon. But we're going to be silly. Yeah, do it.
There you go.
Shoes off. And we want to be ridiculous and have our wonderful actors reading characters. So Jeff, how are you ready? We're going to be silly together. All of us. And so everybody's got their cue cards. We are going to, first of all, we're going to just be silly. And the team thought it'd be fun if our characters read some lines from the game. But then we're going to also read some balance tweets. And
oh boy.
Balance tweets.
Because you know what? We read what you write. So Jeff, anything you want to say about balance tweets or mean tweets? You ready for this?
Balance tweets.
Good luck.
So we got some new balance patches coming, guys. Pay attention to this.
Which meanie would you like to start?
Let's do some character lines, and then read the balance lines, and then the mean tweets, or whatever. Your choice.
Okie dokie. All right.
Character lines first. That'll get us.
Character lines. This is one of my favorites. Adaptive circuits engaged. Personality synchronization, 100%. Good to be back. She's so chirpy.
She's so lovely.
She loves life.
Yes.
Is this a non-relevant conversation?
I say that all the time. Yeah.
I mean, would you like another helping?
I love it.
Let's see. Nothing to worry about unless there's something to worry about, as Dr. Liao always said.
I love it.
And so optimal.
Great. All right, let's see what they think
Like
of.
so.
What should we do? Should we all character first and then balance? Then
do
mean?
the balance
Let's-
changes in the character voice.
Let's
That'd
do
be
all character
interesting.
first. Okay, so we said good.
We got a few here. The classic, the nightmare-inducing. It's high noon. Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. One of my favorite ones that I still have as one of my classic quotes in the game. I'm your huckleberry. After you. The other one that I have on my my setup for quotes. You done? Always useful in the game. And a really way to just get your team moving fast. Don't sass me is another one that's good. Another one of my favorites. I hear you, pumpkin. And the drawn out. I'm not good, not bad, but I sure as hell ain't ugly.
I love that you moved your legs during that. You totally
I am an awkward, tight nerd, and like the physicality of him is so different than me that you have to slip into it.
Your body, in session, your body changes. I watch you slip into McCree, absolutely. I love it. All right, Diva, what you got, girl?
So I'm gonna start with my alt. Nerf this. And there are some other lines here, but I actually really like the ones that are interactive.
Do it. What, do you remember some? Go for it.
I think your clock's off. Hey, Daddy-O. And let's see, what else do we have?
Right.
Oh, I love that she also has lines in Korean.
Yes.
She's the Korean character. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 안녕. Is this easy mode? 게임을 하면 이겨야지, which is I play to win.
I love it.
I get the feeling you're not taking me seriously. The best things in life come in small packages. And the last one, I'm gonna own all those noobs.
Yes, girl. Yes.
love it.
Yes. All right, Fred, what you got?
I'll see if I can make a relevant conversation. Well,
Dramatic
there's
read.
always, I've got you in my sights. It's some not listed. I love.
Do
I'm not
whatever
a
you
young man anymore. Or the one I feel lately, they keep knocking me down, but I keep getting back. We're all soldiers now. That's sir to you. Sit down. Shut up and heal, damn it. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. You don't want to go to war with me. Young punks, get off my lawn. To write that in many different
So good, so good. So good, all right.
Okay, let me look. There's nothing on the paper. You wrote that. Oh, wait. This is reading that I cannot read at all. But
you printed it upside down.
Hammer down. Oh, there it is. Justice will be done. Precision German engineering.
And the one we made up on the spot that way.
Honor, justice, Reinhard. Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield. And I'll cross a leg like McCree. You're on my naughty list, Cowboy McCree boy. Oh.
That's not one of the lines.
It is now, right,
should
Jeff?
be.
It is now.
Big blush over here.
I love it.
It's your blush.
All right, so let's go with
kind of
you.
uneasy.
Pick a balanced tweet or two and mean tweets, because we want to do something after this.
Balance tweet. For the love of Pete's Dragon. My thoughts on Reinhardt experimental mode changes. And then there's a lot of letters that spell Leroy Jenkins.
Now read it as Reinhardt.
Yeah, read it as Reinhardt.
Oh, yeah. As much as I love Reinhardt, it is absolutely infuriating to play as him. His mechanics are so messed up, and he's not even worth playing. The only thing he's good for is his shield, and even that is easy to get rid of. Source, this.
That's one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. All right. Fred,
I just
we'll do
know-
the mean. We're gonna do mean tweets as well. So let's do that last.
These are balanced tweets,
Balanced
whatever the hell that means. It's just nice you can be an old guy. It's kind of great. Let's see. Burst damage. Burst damage is king and soldier doesn't do enough of it. All right, I'll take that. Soldier 76 is bad, but also Soldier 76 is OP and needs nerfs. Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this. The hell's a nerf? You want rival or micro shots? Jack of all trades, but master of none. If these recall changes to live, I might go back to being a
these
legs
are not
main.
actual balance
Oh, sorry,
tweaks.
not live.
They're just
If these
tweets,
recall
not
changes go
tweaks.
live, I might go back to being a legs main. I screwed that up. I don't understand why people play Soldier 76. He is such trash and very overpowered. I'll take that. Soldier 76 is the most unskilled and overpowered character in Overwatch. You got that right. Holy beep, he is so annoying. Respect the chef.
All right.
I love you anyway.
Diva is often played like a shotgun version of Torbjorn's turret with the verticality of an earthworm. Oh, okay. A message to support players, please do not queue tank in comp if you can only play Diva. It's basically soft throwing. Okay. Shouldn't Diva be able to eat Baptiste's immortality field? Playing Diva is like trying to win a race with a horse when other people have a sports car. And the last one, Baby Diva is too tanky.
I love it.
Is that like skanky?
Thank you very much.
Skanky. I don't think they meant
Well, thank you.
It's too skanky.
I love it.
That
love
outfit
it.
is quite tanky.
Yeah. I love it. Who's got
Thanks
the
a
Earth
lot.
Shatter? Do one of you have the Earth Shatter on your card?
I think that was me.
I love that's my favorite one. Shatty.
When a Reinhardt gets a powerful Earth Shatter, it must be called Fatty Shatty from now on.
Fatty Shatty.
Fatty Shatty is pretty great.
Why?
Because it's fun and it's
Does it
alliteration.
rhymes?
Yeah.
Is that all we do now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
All right, what you
We're
got?
friends again.
Oh man, all right. McCree, more like McNeeds, more nerves. You have a tracer? Oh, McCree can flashbang headshotter. They have a Hammond too? McCree has flashbang. Far Mercy too? McCree's job as well. But does he get a shield as protection, an off-tank to peel for him, or pocketed by his support when he tries to deal with them? Hell no. Oh, and why is the shield not breaking, McCree? There's a lot of complaining. As someone who put 30 hours into McCree, I hate McCree.
Why is he doing it in McCree's voice?
250 HP, thick Cree. Oh, Lord, he coming. And, well, this is a good question. Maybe you can answer here, Jeff. Why does Blizzard hate McCree so much? Send tweet.
I like you said, send tweet. Why does Blizzard hate McCree? I love these. Are the best.
These are great.
All right, let's see what you got.
All right. Echo can die very easily to most hit scans, considering her gigantic head.
Oh, okay.
Theory. Echo is not the real Echo, but a Talon copy, infiltrating Overwatch operations, which explains the damage focus kit.
Interesting.
Echo doesn't need to be nerfed because she's already a glass cannon.
Right.
Compliment? That feels like a compliment.
Yeah.
I think that's a compliment. For the love of God, get Echo balanced. Holy Overwatch.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point, exclamation point, yes.
Yes, okay, great. So mean tweets are my favorite. They're really fun. So let's start with, let's go back
What
around.
are mean
These are
tweets?
great.
Okay. I'm going to say a bad word.
It's okay, we're going to beep you out maybe.
Maybe. I hate how Echo from Overwatch has a face.
So sorry.
Apologize. We'll scrub that.
Yes.
God, I dislike so much of Echo's design. Her generic bland, comforting face, her generic bland, obedient AI voice, her pointless hourglass torso. There's just absolutely no unique character to her, which for Overwatch is weird. Every part of her is just sexy, boring lady robot.
I bet some people
That's actually
maybe think what to do with the sexy lady.
I'm okay with that.
I just still have to remark on that the fact that sexy and boring were in the same. I think that's a wonderful comment.
You know, I love an
Hey,
oxymoron.
you're really beautiful.
You're
Yeah.
really sexy.
Oh, wow.
It's so boring.
I'd love to play chess with you. You're
I'd
so
love that.
sexy.
Let's play chess all night.
You'd probably win, though.
I don't know, check.
Oh, this is great. This is
Wow.
fun.
Queen's Gambit?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I am.
Okay, that's good. I don't
You'll
like
move.
the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna move because you're sexy and boring at the same time.
I
Just a
know.
pun.
All right, let's do that.
I love it that was together.
Sexy and
Oh boy. I hate that I can hear it perfectly in this stupid, cocky McCree voice like goo goo gaga hey. And, oh boy. I want to learn to play McCree because my friend and I love/hate his voice, and I can be a good. My apologies.
All right, Diva.
I love Diva, even though she trash.
Be nice.
All right, I know, Fred.
This is, again, mean maybe, but it's all real.
Yeah.
Like, here it is. Does anyone else listen to Soldier 76's voice line, quit messing around and get ready to move, and feel like he's on the verge of saying, quit around, like some tired dad trying to wrangle up his teens in the toy aisle because he hasn't gotten his afternoon nap in? That's what I was going for. That's exactly right. So,
Success!
Good on you. Agreed, though. I understand.
I love it. All right, Darren.
Get her closer. Hello, I'm a mean tweeter, and I will say the following. I hate Reinhardt's voice. He sounds like a drunken German pirate. Yo ho ho, more like yo ho no.
I wrote that. That's how you send a mean tweet. You have the yo ho no. Queen's Gambit ya.
Well played, sir.
Oh my God. All right.
German pirate.
Yes.
Pirate. I'm
Jeff,
a beetle and a drunken German.
I love it. Jeff,
This
did you
is my
catch all
official
those?
Liverpool accent.
I love it. Jeff, what do you think about all of those?
He had a
Balanced
stroke.
tweets and mean tweets are great. I love
Interesting.
it all. Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
it's amazing. You know, I keep thinking about like how much our community loves Overwatch, and then I hear those, and I'm like, oh.
You're gonna do all these fixes in the next bout.
Yeah, we're
right?
gonna fix it all. We're gonna
Yeah, fix that.
So we have very little time left because we run out of time always, but we're going to do a quick couple rounds.
What
of
about Overwatch
improv.
1? I want to know about
We just
Overwatch
want to
1.
be nuts. So in this jar, I have improv.
I don't care about any of this unless it's
The
Overwatch
character.
1.
And
look at all the details. Like it was something that I really felt
Diablo
strongly that like
looks
a lot of
pretty cool,
ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. This will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature where you can flip back between the old visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new our graphics engine is running on top of the game. And is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game that's 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern
Diablo's
games
a fun
run
game. I'm
on
waiting for the new
time,
Diablo.
not frames. So we've done that, but all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same, and that was through no small effort. But it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games. And so the game is a grid. So it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state, stamina's still a thing, you're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like, it was very challenging because you only had a few of the frame counts basically to make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character, and then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character like have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't like reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game, where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so like shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on
I'm guessing the next day we're probably going to Overwatch 1. Remember, this is like a 3-day event, right?
Yes.
Yes,
BlizzCon.
we are. Yep, full.
So
the entire
we're probably
full
gonna see some Overwatch
28
1
minutes
stuff
or whatever
later.
is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So.
Will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional, surround sound features. There's more ambient, there's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise,
don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right? So yeah, so there are certain things you're gonna, you'll hear, for like your footsteps running will have some variety. When the rain kicks in, it's going to have a lot more depth. When you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those, trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't.
It's the diva, and then it seems that my voice is changing. I'm an adult all of a sudden. Oh no!
Hey, Wilhelm, I thought we were gonna do something, but I guess not. That's okay. If you got your friends, that's fine, I guess. But
you can come with us.
Really?
It's better when we're a team, when we're all together, and there's no one that knows that better than my friend Echo.
All right. Yes.
If I may.
Robot lady.
Robot girl.
Girl, sorry.
If I may, I'm still learning and don't really know what prom is. But if it's okay, could I just come along and watch?
That's what prom is. It's where all the friends get together and they watch each other have a good time and they support.
Yes. Oh, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Yes.
I may have to ask you on the dance floor a couple of times.
Oh.
Can you do the robot?
I think
little
it's
bit?
actually part of my main directive is to
Yeah, that
dance.
seems great.
I
like
know
your
no
pocket.
other way but to dance like a robot.
Perfect.
You're about the right age now to be a proper chaperone.
Excellent. I shall sit in the corner and provide safety and comfort as I do the robot with you.
I love you guys. Let's just clap for ourselves. Pretend all of our fans are here.
That was far better than my actual prom. Weirdly.
Right?
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I feel like these panelists, like all of you, they're just over in a second. So we're technically out of time. I want to go over because first I want to thank all of you for doing that. Putting you on the spot and doing improv on camera is so, can be hard, but so fun to just play and be like we're kids together having a slumber party. Before we go, the most important thing that I wanted to do is kind of switching gears. That was really fun and silly and ridiculous, but it's to give words of support and love to our fan base. You know, we'll probably see them in a year from now at our next BlizzCon, but what words can we send to them right now to tell them that they're loved and we're all going to be okay? So whoever wants to go first. I don't know. Let's go around.
First,
please.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you and, of course, Andrea for inviting us to be able to get together today. I haven't seen humans, in a year, and so this is really surreal, but just has been so lovely. And I just wanted to say to the fans, you know, one of our taglines is the word.
What happened? What happened to the broadcast? What happened to my computer?
World could always use more heroes. And even if you don't feel like one right now, I just pray that there will be somebody in your life that you feel is a hero to you. And if you do have the energy to spread that love and positivity to those around you, what we have, I think, is hope. We have hope and we have strength. And as long as we can do it together in a community and stay positive.
You know, culturally, it's easy for people to be raised with the idea of the individual over the community. And I think more now than ever, it's showing how important it is that we all help each other out, that we rally behind each other and remind each other that we're there for each other. What bit of joy we're able to bring to your lives, please know that you bring an endless amount back to ours. And every member of this community is part of a family in some way. Don't be afraid to ask
Those are nice
your fellow
words.
man if you need a little help or even just a shoulder to lean on. And don't be afraid to lend that shoulder, lend what help you can if you can. And if you can't, spread the word to find somebody else who might be able to. You know, we only have each other at the end of the day to rely upon. So thank you for your wonderful support. And thank you for tuning into this wonderful delight today.
Well said, well said.
I've lost people during this. And, it's been hard. But there's a quote that says, "It will be all right in the end. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. So keep going." So keep going.
Love
and
you.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Love you
I
too.
don't want to miss the opportunity to say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We love you, Darren.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Fred, Jeannie?
Continuing from that, love is everything. To quote the Beatles, love is all you need. All you need is love. And
Not true at all, but okay.
to remember that this community is built from that, you know. So much of that love comes to the surface, and let's continue to share that. Let's continue to reach out, and just like everyone else has been saying, you know, if you're able to lend a shoulder or an ear or eyes, if a message comes through, take the time to acknowledge your fellow human and to know that we're all the same, you know. Something that I like to say a lot is all is one and one is all. We're all made of the same stuff. And if we can just strip down to that very core of ourselves and to know that that's
Yeah,
what's
how about
in
we all start
each and every
stripping, right?
single one of us,
All start stripping
to know
down.
that we're all connected in that way, and to connect in a way that is just pure and full of kindness and love and understanding. we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this with that sentiment. And from a personal perspective, I've never felt so much love from a community of people who I would have said were strangers 8, 9 months ago, but none of you are strangers to me. And I hope that
they are.
I'm able to share more of my life with you so that I'm not a stranger to you. And I just want to thank you for bringing
You're a
this
complete
world
stranger to me, lady.
And we're going to get through it. Let's not give up. Let's keep going. And I love you all. And I'm so grateful for all of you here on this panel. I'm so grateful to all of Overwatch and Blizzard. Getting a bit emotional here, but just thank you. Just thank you. So much gratitude to all of you and for all of it. So.
It's a job.
And I'm going to reiterate and just say thank you. We are all connected. We're many different folks, and but we are all so connected. Strip it down and just, you know, to do the quote, to be that change that you want to, you know, see. Just start on any level and reach out to each other, and just know that you are all so beautiful, just absolutely beautiful as you are, and we love you so much. And just hang in there. We didn't start this virus, but we'll damn well finish it. And you know, hang in there and keep creating, keep making joy, and just live with love as much as you can.
Beautiful. Wow. Beautiful. Jeff, any parting words from you and the Overwatch team?
It's Jeff from the
everyone
Overwatch
said
team.
So much of how I feel already. I guess I'll add that BlizzCon is always this moment for the Blizzard community to come together, developers, fans, players, and everybody just enjoys each other's company and connecting and all that kind of stuff. We will get through this, and I look forward, and I think I can speak for most of Blizzard that everybody looks forward to being able to be with you again in the future.
Yes, beautifully said, Jeff. I'll close the panel. I want to just, first of all, say thank you, all of my amazing, to call you actor doesn't come close to it. I feel like you're all amazing humans, and I just love you, and I'm so grateful that you braved the wild fires that are out there to join us here today to shoot this. That's no easy thing. That was a decision each of you had to make. And thank you to the fans for tuning in. I want to say again, the voiceover panel started as a tiny little thing at BlizzCon years ago in the corner, like a little circus freak show, and now we're here in this set because of you, because of the love you give us and how close you hold us in your heart. So without you, we wouldn't even be here. Thank you for tuning in. Find us on our social media handles. Tell us you love us. We'll tell you we love you. You're not alone. We're always just a tweet or a text or something away. Take care of yourselves, guys.
If I wanted to text McCree right now, I can't text McCree right now.
We're gonna make it through, I promise you. We love you. See you later.
Love you.
Bye.
That was it? I want information on Overwatch 1.
I want to say that I'm very jealous of his gun.
About because of the various ways it can target.
So.
And Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConLine.
And will be double elimination. The top 2 teams of each region will receive.
Peace. That's correct. Yep, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2.
They didn't mention Overwatch 1 once.
What I do is mostly behind the scenes, and what that is it's essentially making tools for other engineers to create a more streamlined and robust process for our build systems, and tools for people to essentially make the best work they can in the most efficient possible manner. I came to Blizzard Irvine initially through an internship. I've always loved video games. I knew I wanted to work in them, but I had no idea how. And I remember when I was probably 13, 14 years old, and I saw on our careers site that there were internships, and I was like, wow, it'd be so cool to work there someday. When I was an intern and I was working on the BlizzCon.com team. They told me that my internship project was going to be moving the BlizzCon Watch experience into the Battle.net client. My mouth just dropped. I was so excited, and I couldn't believe that I was going to work on something that millions and millions of people got to see. Blizzard is actually very good about internal mobility opportunities. I started out doing web development full-time on our Battle.net team, and after a year or so, I was thinking to myself, like, there's so many other forms of engineering that I want to explore and look into that I don't think that I want to stay in this track for the rest of my career. So I started looking at our internal mobility program, and I wanted a wider breadth of technologies to work with, and I wanted to work more directly with people as well. And I found this in one of our internal mobility posts. I reached out to the hiring manager, and we got coffee, sat down, and talked about what it meant to be in this role and what my day-to-day would look like. And I was like, that sounds awesome. I want to do that. And so I went through another interview process and landed in a new automation role where I currently work. I feel supported by my leadership team. They listen, which I think is the most important part because nobody's perfect. And I think that also plays into the core value of learn and grow. My manager checks in with me. We have one-on-ones every single week where, you know, I feel comfortable asking questions. And if I ever wanted to do something else or I had curiosity in another subject,
I would love to work in Blizzard.
I often will go to him with, hey, there's this cool new technology that I want to work with or something that I just haven't used before. And he's like, cool. Let's make it happen, and he puts it on the schedule and he sets me up for success. I think that Blizzard has a lot of opportunities to get involved in the community and culture and really making the games industry a better place. And not just the industry, but for our players and our communities as well. I'm a part of one of our diversity and inclusion efforts, the Differing Abilities Council, where we focus on accessibility and working with people with seen and unseen disabilities and creating a welcoming culture for people who have these disabilities. I definitely think working at Blizzard has been the right move for me. Being able to work with the people, being able to work on something you love, being able to make a difference as well in the community, I think is so important. I love working here. It's really cool, and I wake up every day excited to go to work, and that's really special.
Okay. How long is this?
Let me tell you how it's done.
You're onto something.
Let's get started.
Finally, some Overwatch 1.
Mace to the face. That's what I'm talking about.
Hold it together. Just
play the game, man.
Right on target.
Big move.
I'll make this look easy.
Downward
Get
break.
in there, Bob.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello there.
This guy's dynamite.
50% off. Alright, creating a soundtrack for Overwatch. Okay, here we go. Maybe we'll go into some Overwatch 1 details as well.
So before we get started, I just wanted to mention a few things about the franchise and its musical sound that we sort of uncovered over the process of that first year. Some of those core things were that sense of hope, and was that somehow present in the heart of the music.
I mean, the music composed for Overwatch was pretty good.
As well as that sense of heroism. Something in it that sort of inherently made you want to sit up taller in your seat. And those were things that, regardless of what the piece of music was for, whether in-game or a piece of cinematics or what map it was from, sort of listening at a piece of music in its essence, trying to hear if somewhere in it was a sense of hope or heroism, could help me figure out if it was right for the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge was, there's nothing there, and you have to make something out of nothing, and it has to fit the exact parameters of, the timing of the scene, and to hit at just the right moment and have just the right sound.
Passion.
Yeah, we're so lucky that Blizzard is such a collaborative environment. The music team is very much considered integral to our game development, and it's something that I think benefits the game, having a range of compositional voices, and it's something that we've tried to do across all the media types that we have. Overwatch isn't simply a video game, it's a cinematic animated series, it's an esport, there's a lot of promotional content that goes out there, and you'll often find that internally it often gets sprinkled around all of the type of content we create. Overwatch League is based on our core Overwatch themes. Our cinematics often pull inspiration from our map music or some of the very original theme exploration that was done well before I even started at Blizzard. I think it goes back to a core idea that when music leaves our department and the public see it, we want it to be as strong as it can possibly be.
One of the really exciting things about theme is that that's the place in music where you say something. I think of theme as kind of like a thesis statement where you're trying to create the big idea, and everything is derivative of that big idea. If you get that right, then everything else writes itself.
It was very exciting and a little daunting, but I remember seeing the artwork and just instantly getting ideas in my head. But ultimately, it comes down to when you're working on a cinematic, like I had worked on the announcement trailer. Sam had written this beautiful fanfare that Chris Velasco had arranged in the intro, as well as the moment where you see the gauntlet. So you had this very hopeful fanfare already established, but we needed something to be kind of the heroic action theme that happens a couple times in the cinematic, but the climax of that is when the gauntlet punches Widowmaker.
Right.
And we ended up calling that Hero B for a while, but eventually became the victory theme, the play of the game theme. And it's something that I struggled with for quite a bit. I did multiple versions of it, and it wasn't quite there. And the way it always works is it's obviously the last thing you come up with, but when it finally clicked and locked into place, there's just something. I just remember feeling this sense of that's it, and I think that's going to be the one. Something felt very special, felt like we were onto something.
A real highlight for me was the Bastion cinematic, and it was not easy.
Right.
Ben Dye and Jeff Chamberlain helmed that project, and they were very, very particular about how that felt.
So I need sound for that. Okay, I get it.
And I think that there was a very clear vision in their minds about what that should be. And it was a really interesting thing to see the backstory of a character that's a monster, and to find out that there was a level of innocence. That there was that Bastion became the way he became because of what he experienced. before that, he was an innocent. He was naive. He had feelings. And I love how that is portrayed through that cinematic. But the process of getting to that was a grueling one, and it was the product of many iterations. And to the credit of Ben and Jeff, they just never ever gave up. They didn't give up. Those are hard asks after someone's done something a number of times. You realize what you're asking people, and they didn't flinch at all. And nor did they give up on me, which is a really key issue. That's something that is unique to Blizzard. You feel empowered by that. You really do get a sense that this is something that is cared deeply about.
I'm guessing the sound team made the music for this part too.
The other thing is that one of the important things about being a producer and director is just creating a sense of taste. And communicating what that is to those who are going to contribute to this creative process. I think that a personal investment, when you're on a creative team, a personal investment in story and character, that's everything. And when we're creating, we're trying to get to the essence of whatever that character is. We need to know their backstory. We need to know the old cliche in film, what's my motivation? That's a real thing. And getting a sense of that and expressing it authentically with your creative work, that means everything. And I think that's the very reason why people feel what they feel. And if I don't feel it, you won't feel it. But I do have a very deep connection to that world. It's as real to me as walking outside and seeing the tangible world.
Not real at all.
There's not anything to me that's any less real or tangible about the Overwatch world than when I go out and experience life.
Okay, sure. Dragons.
I remember when I first saw the Dragon short in its rough form, which is a rough animatic and it wasn't the final animation. There's temp music and temp dialogue and everything. I remember just feeling this a sense of really emotional connection to it, even in that form. Something about the story, something about just the motivation behind it really resonated. And I still get choked up at the end of it, watching it, not because of my music, but because of the emotional connection I had to it when I was creating the music.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a testament to the writers and to the the game developers and everyone that brought that the cinematic to life.
But we don't have Scatter Arrow anymore,
and
which is in the cinematic.
And
they need to change the whole cinematic then.
Helping tell these stories and expanding the the cinematic universe outside the game is an incredible gift. I'm very grateful for that.
When it came to announcing Overwatch 2 in November 2019, all of us in this room and other composers had contributed so much to finding the right sound for both 0 Hour and the gameplay trailer. And to sit in that room, to have that opportunity to do that, it was amazing. And to feel the energy in the room as we witnessed Overwatch probably at what we've seen the lowest of lows.
This is interesting.
But then to come back and have all the heroes show up one by one, and the crowd just erupting and the room vibrating as, you know, their favorite hero showed up in Paris to save the day.
I don't know.
It was truly memorable, and
they didn't really get to
just
show the
reminded
new
me
Genji
how
look.
much this franchise resonates with people, how important it is to them, and how much of an honor it is for us to do what we do every day. Our location music is so interesting and such a unique challenge for Overwatch. As the universe has grown over the years, we've seen so many locations being added to the game. For example, Busan, we will source Korean percussion and Korean woodwinds and use those. And each one presents a new unique challenge. We have a core set of values when it comes to creating this location music. Firstly, we want to honor the location and region that we're writing the music for if it's based in the real world, which in most cases it is. But we also want to put it through the lens of what would this sound like in Overwatch. This is a futuristic depiction of Earth that we are yet to experience. We haven't familiarized ourselves with it. We don't live there. So how do we blend the two? And that fusion is always super interesting to experiment with. We will not cut corners at all, to the extent that
Yes, they did.
in many cases we've actually worked with
They have
regional
definitely cut
teams
corners quite a few
in the
times.
same way that our sound designers go and hire teams who will record Foley sounds. We will do the same for music. And I think that, you know, we are very conscious that the fans are very invested in this franchise. They love the game, they love the universe. We have fans that might not even play the game, but are just enamored with the characters and will dress up in cosplay, come to BlizzCon, consume the cinematics like nothing else. And, you know, it's a testament to how much Overwatch has just touched people and how people have resonated with it so deeply over the years. That said, when we are creating the music, or me personally, it's all about the content we're making. We're trying to elevate what's already there. We're trying
That's
to
why
build
that's why I have
foundations of
music in
what
my
other
streams
partners may
and
have done
content
with
is
the
to elevate
cinematic
what's
or
there.
a level in the game or a new character. And so long as we serve that purpose, we think that people will resonate with it how we resonate with it internally at Blizzard.
You have to have an emotional connection to the work to be able to convey a true emotional connection, you know, to the viewer. But on the other side of it, you know, do we think about the millions of people that are going to see it, are going to watch the cinematic or are going to play the game, or all the people that are going to be at BlizzCon? Do we let that pressure get to us? Because there's obviously a pressure to make the best thing you can make. And as a creative person, how do you deal with it?
I can't wait till they actually unlock that skin. I want that skin to exist. That skin in the cinematic was the best. I want that Reinhardt look.
How much,
and we didn't get one.
You want it to be the best it can be, but ultimately you have to tune that out and just focus on what's right in front of you, and focus on the characters and focus on making the best thing you can be. And whether or not it's a hit, or whether or not, you know, people love it or don't love it, you did your best, you gave it your all, and that's all you can really focus on.
I want that skin. That skin looks epically cool.
Yeah, I think the primary function of music is to serve the story that's being told, develop the world, create something that helps grow whatever we're making into something much more larger.
It can be extremely difficult to really pour your heart and soul into something and come up with an idea that you work so hard at, and to present it to somebody else, to be judged and to be ultimately have them decide whether or not it works in the project. But one of the best
It
things
definitely
about
looks a
Blizzard
lot
is that,
brighter,
no matter how
Overwatch
many
2
times we have to,
versus
start from
Overwatch
scratch
1.
or keep trying, ultimately they're after the best possible
Delete
vision of the
Brig.
product. As long as you know you're after something
McDonald's
that
McCree.
is going to be worth it in the end, it gets you up every morning, and it makes it worth all of it. I look back now, I've been, a professional composer for 23 years now. I look back and I just see, all these projects that I finished that I forget, I guess, that at the time these were these giant mountains that I had to climb. But as long as you have something that's driving you to get to the other side, whether it's just pure stubbornness, and in my case probably, it keeps you going.
Overwatch was so exciting because, we keep hearing this word hopeful. Well, it's really easy to be cool if you're brooding and dark, but it's really, really hard to be cool when it's hopeful and bright. And Overwatch has managed to do that.
I'm cool all around, rather it be hopeful and bright or dark and brooding, which I'm typically dark and brooding, but yeah, it's whatever. What is this?
안녕하세요, 마봉입니다. 전 세계에서 시청 중인 블리자드 팬 여러분, 저희가 세계적인 블리즈컨의 무대에 이렇게 찾아뵙게 돼서 정말 영광입니다.
Oh, they're gonna be
저희가
dancing or something?
블리즈컨에서 공연한다고 하니까 주변에 친구들이 너무너무 부러워하더라고요. 한국에서 블리자드 인기는 정말 대단하다고 합니다. 네, 블리자드 30주년 정말 축하드립니다. 앞으로 블리자드 게임할 땐 누구? 마마무!
예. 저희 음악과 함께 해주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 그럼 지금까지 아싸 마마무 마마무였습니다. 감사합니다.
I don't get what that was about. First BlizzCon performance. Oh, they're gonna do a performance. Oh, okay, a live performance. I get it. I like Korean music anyway, so it's good. K-pop's always good, so I don't mind. I don't mind this at all.
이제 모두 내리가 폰을 배럴해 성공을 썰어 먹어 맞춘 기술래 누구보다 빠른 걸음을 걸어내 시즌 잊은 지도 오래야 뒤가려 넌 아니 되는 패션 밸런싱 안써 그저 액션
This reminds me of second gen K-pop a little bit. It has that same kind of rhythm and vibe.
머리 어깨 무릎 힙 머리 어깨 무릎 힙 어딜 가도 넌 reflection 할 수 있어 세상에 넌 하나뿐인 걸 근데 왜 이래 네 얼굴에 침뱉니 날 자극한 여러분 감사 거기서 모두 지질이 반사 덕분에 나의 멘탈을 다단해 넌 더 밀고 만들어 갈게 All you wanna be is trendy 얼굴 긁기 기믹됐지 그런 애들끼리 넌 아니 되는 패션 내가 신경 안 써 그저 액션 Click me holding this is you Closer, closer, closer Hip, hip 머리, 어깨, 무릎, 힙 머리, 어깨, 무릎, 힙 검은 길, 일단 나오면
I like the rap. The rap's good. As long as they're not speaking English, we're okay. And what's the name of this song? All right. So that was day one, guys. I want to do a recap, a talk about everything. Let's watch this wrap up.
Welcome to BlizzConLine, a celebration of Blizzard
Let's wrap it up, and then I'm going to summarize everything. I'm going to talk about it afterwards.
I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
We have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
And what is that?
Well, what a day. I always love seeing those Blizzard cinematics and, of course, hearing all the latest updates from our dev teams.
We're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think.
With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the year of the Griffin.
The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the road takes us to a whole new level.
We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned.
From epic performers of BlizzCon's past, Metallica, to our endlessly talented voice actors.
I love Metallica.
I swear to my queen.
Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this.
Oh, why is the shield not breaking, McCree?
To Blizzard founders.
I remember when there was a game out there that we liked, we always wanted to show that we could create something even better.
To the greatest StarCraft legends of all time.
This is such a devastating amount of damage. It is worthwhile.
We hope you've enjoyed the show today. Again, please check out the activities waiting for you on BlizzCon.com and join the discussion on your favorite social media channel. Tomorrow is all about leaning into our global community, starting with responses to your questions and comments from today.
All right, fine.
Then
Let's.
our
I want to see that.
amazing community
tomorrow.
showcase built from all the
I want to
epic
see. I
brilliance of
want
all
someone
of
to
you.
ask about Overwatch 1 and their state of it.
We hope we have
I've heard
segments
nothing
planned that
from it.
capture your interest. And if you happen to love Diablo and/or D&D, please check out our truly customized and intriguing Critical Role campaign.
The air, and it's about to bring it down before it freezes solid, and then as the coins hit it, it breaks away into thousands of tiny frozen bone fragments.
Thanks for tuning in to day one
like
of
D&D.
BlizzConLine. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow, losers. You didn't answer any of my questions, which was, what about Overwatch 1? So, let's recap on the new BlizzCon event that happened. Let's recap. We got to experience BlizzCon. Alright, so Overwatch 2 did bring quite a lot of improvements. I definitely liked the color saturation. There's a lot of bright colors. It looked a lot more vibrant, like a Pixar film. It definitely brought a sense of reinventing the wheel. You know, the lighting was better, the coloring was better. I mean, that's great. You know, great for a sequel. The PvE aspect, amazing work on the PvE aspect. I have questions of how this will affect the competitive PvP environment, though. They have not touched base on those questions that I have. I want to know, where will this lead for the league? Where is the Overwatch League going to go with this? Is the Overwatch League going to use Overwatch 2, or are they going to use Overwatch 1? Are they going to be using a new version of Overwatch entirely? Are they going to be having their own version of Overwatch? And I also want to know, are there new competitive rules? Are there new competitive, like, what are the ins and outs of competitive mode? If you want to take Overwatch as a professional career, for those people who take the game seriously, I want to know what you're doing for them. We've talked about casual stuff. We talked about casual gamers. We talked about, you know, the PvE, the fighting NPCs and all this stuff. Yes, there is PvP in Overwatch 2, but it's not competitive. You didn't talk about the competitive scene whatsoever. And that is a lot of people's major concern. There are more players who are competitive Overwatch players than there are casuals. I see you're catering to the casuals. That's great. Great news. You're going to bring in new people to Overwatch. That's amazing. I'm glad to hear that. I want to see Overwatch do really well. But I want to see the competitive mode, the competitive scene for Overwatch. I want to see that thrive. I want to see that do wondrous things. A lot of people I've personally spoke to said they will be horrendously upset if you just toss away Overwatch 1 and forget about it, right? I mean, you talk a lot about Overwatch 2, but I've not seen a single ounce of Overwatch 1 talk whatsoever. Not once did you mention it, almost like you're just throwing it away, forgetting about it. What about all the rest of the people that care about that game mode? So I want to see a lot more about that. Tell me what you think in the comments down below, and let me know how you feel about Blizzard just tossing away Overwatch 1 like it never existed. And let's see if they're going to do that day 2. We're going to find out. You guys are going to watch with me on day 2, and we're going to see what happens. So let's play some Overwatch for now. And enjoy Overwatch 1 for the amazing game it is. Thank you all for watching my BlizzCon event. I really appreciate all of you being here. And you can always rewatch this at any point. And we could do it again. Alright, so let's go into Overwatch now and play some Overwatch. Wait, is it still going on? Oh no, it's not. It's over. Yeah, it's over. Just making sure. Yep, completely over. Alright, yeah, so the show's over. It's like, I feel like a lot of information is still missing. That need reiterating. Needs to be talked about. And I want to see more of that. I'm sure you guys do too, right?
Now traveling to Kanezaka.
Alright, let's
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. Oh there.
he was just spray firing arrows. I was bound to get hit by one of the stray arrows.
Back into the mix.
It was kind of inevitable, you know? I was, you know, it's like when someone's just shooting off arrows like this, You're bound to eventually get hit by one of the stray arrows, right? You're gonna walk into it eventually, right? That's just how it is. Especially if you're going like this and in patterns. One of the stray arrows is going to hit you, you know?
Now, hold on.
So many Hanzos. Trying to find my targets. They're all hiding.
Hello.
Finally, the match started. The long-awaited match of Overwatch.
Traveling to Route 66.
I'm probably not gonna voice chat to my team. I'm just gonna
Select
play.
your hero.
What should I play? Yeah, Rest is kind of meta right now. I'm gonna play Zarya.
Whether or not you can deny or discover.
I have destroyed more of your kind than I can count.
Group up here. 5, 4, 3, 2. Group up with me. Attackers incoming. The barrier.
Damn, everyone came after me eventually. Camping the Widow and Ana for a while.
I need healing. I am not a good loser.
Hopefully, it made him tilt a little bit. I wonder why that Genji didn't attack me. Genji's in bronze think they can deflect energy beams. It's hilarious.
Surrender to my will.
They didn't even progress anywhere. It was just too easy.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Together, we are strong. Executing combat routines. Optimizing strategy. Attack commences in 30 seconds. Hello. Greetings. I know we have our differences, but you wouldn't mind being welcome amongst my colleagues in Oasis.
No, thank you. You and your colleagues just spread at the speed of science. I want nothing to do with it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Group up here. Group up with me. Get in there. This will heal you.
That was just too easy. I don't know. They didn't even try at the end. Like, I at least would like them to try a little bit.
Play of the game.
Nice skin though. Huh. That was disappointingly easy. Might as well open it. I have nothing, like, I've gotten everything in this. What Bastion skin was that? Was that red one? Let me take a look at all the Bastion skins. I must have missed something. It wasn't that. There was another red one she was running. Wasn't that either. It was like, some of it was red, and then it had the red eye thingy. What Bastion skin was that? None of these are it. Oh, it was this one. Must have been. No, because even the skin itself was red. Close. I don't think that's a Bastion skin that exists. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think that's a Bastion skin that actually exists. Like, that's weird that they were running that. But okay. Boy, that match was just too easy. I don't even know. Like, they weren't even trying at the end. It's a bit odd. Let's see what kind of highlight I got from that though. Okay. Okay. See, they just started jumping up and down, running in one at a time. It was kind of dull and boring. Okay. I hope that next episode of the BlizzCon event they mention Overwatch 1. I want to see something new for Overwatch 1. I do.
Now traveling to Petra.
I want to see what new things they have planned for it, because I like Overwatch 1 and I want it to stay. I want to keep Overwatch 1.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself.
I love this game. This game is amazing. A lot of people would be quite upset if they got rid of Overwatch 1. You know what I'm saying?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Roadhog or Zarya? Probably gonna go Roadhog on this map. Roadhog's just so much fun to play on this map.
I'm a one-man apocalypse.
I know we have our differences, but your brilliant mind would be welcome amongst my colleagues in Oasis.
No, thank you. You and your colleagues discredit the field of science. I want nothing to do with it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
We're grinding on Overwatch for a while. Because, you know, I love the game, so. Roadhog is fun on this map. It really is. Truly something. Alright. They're gonna be coming around this side most likely. Because my team's pushing that way, so I'm gonna stand here and try to grapple them off the map. As soon as they start coming around. Are they actually going to seriously try to push through that way the whole time? That is laughable. I didn't think they were actually gonna try to push your choke the whole time. Honestly, I was expecting them to go around. Captain Obvious, right? I love a good Captain Obvious on the team. Every team always has a captain of obviousness. I pull hug and then I'll switch to Zarya if it's continuously not working.
Defend the objective.
As long as we get the win, I don't care how we go about it. What matters is the win at the end of the day. How we go about it doesn't really matter. We miss a lot of shots. We do a lot of things. I couldn't hook her off the map. Alright, no one's healing, no, everyone's really scattered all over the place, so it was inevitable that we were gonna lose that one.
Double. Score 0-1.
Yeah, the loss was inevitable and kind of obvious. I'm gonna go Hammond. The team doesn't really care to win, so because if so, they would figure out what they need to do to win, like damage boosting and using all the hero abilities. But it's okay, it happens. Can't win them all. So I'm gonna go Hammond and try to solo carry, because at least Hammond has a lot more survivability. You can move around a lot more faster. Actually, you know what trick on this map I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wrap around. If I can still do it. I don't even know if I can still do it. Ah, almost. Hold on. It's good enough. Crap. Who is this guy trying to give orders anyway to his team? What is he doing? Oh, the team. How is he helping for a win? Why is Ryan trying to flank? I'm just gonna go back to spawn. Might as well. gonna contest, but I'm gonna. We get the Tracer. Tracer will probably be Why are you telling Ryan to hold up his shield? That's not how you play, Ryan. If he holds up his shield, it's gonna burn it down long before serious damage comes. Like, are you serious right now? Don't tell me to hold up your shield. Gosh, it was smart that I went Hammond.
Scores 1-1.
Like, it was the only way we were gonna win.
One-man apocalypse.
Hammond's good if you're desperate for a win and you know your team's not doing much to help you win. Because then what you can do is Hammond is go for health packs, try to keep yourself alive. There's like a lot of different things you can do. Right?
Round 3. Capture the objective.
I made them scared to even go on point. Which was kind of the goal. I wasted Then keep the Tracer off yourself. And there you go. If you're a healer and your Tracer's a champion, it means you're not doing something. God damn it. I can't freaking catch her. There's not much I could do to catch her, man. I can't catch the damn Tracer. Where's the DPS with it?
Attack the objective.
No, we don't need a damn one. we lost.
Attack the objective.
Marked by the dragon.
No, it's not specifically picking you off. Picking off who are vulnerable targets without proper team support. It's not specific to anyone in particular. Actually.
Surrender to my will.
I tried to touch point.
Into the iris.
Look at look at Soldier and Mercy by themselves on point. Maybe we have a chance. Hold on. That might be a good thing. I'm just gonna wrap around point for a while because right now we just need to contest. No matter how we go about it, we just need to contest. How did we still not cap? Like, the point was completely clear. We're about to lose it. Fuck. This can't happen. This can't happen. They got 99. We can't get off, but it looks like they got off the point. Where's my team? Trying to keep alive as long as I could. I have to touch point as fast as possible. Nothing I could do, man.
Play of the game.
There really wasn't much I could do by myself here. Like, how are you standing still enough for him to pick you off like that? That's what I'm wondering. You have to be standing completely still for that to happen. So I just want to play a couple games just to, you know, play a little Overwatch.
Now traveling to Canada.
I really enjoy Overwatch 1 a lot, so
Personality synchronization 100%.
it's absolutely one of my favorites.
Mobility increased.
Almost.
Back online. Flight routine activated. Moving up. Stabilizing system.
Way too OP. Way too OP. Holy mackerel. Brig is still OP no matter how many nerfs they give her.
Now arriving at
Couldn't even get close.
Prepare
But I guess
for
that's the
battle.
point of it, right?
Select your hero.
I think the best bet in this lower tier bracket is to play Zarya. Really. Because at least I could bubble bad playing.
Together, we are strong.
Think you can keep up with me?
Finally, I have beaten the champion at arm wrestling.
I heard it was your birthday, old man. So I went easy on you.
5, 4, 3,
Good for you.
2, 1.
Well, it wasn't us, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Take the objective.
Don't bring the negativity from your previous match into the recent match that we have now. I'm not gonna rush on point by myself because you said you're on point by yourself. That would be really dumb to do, wouldn't it? This guy's annoying.
Need healing. Привет.
Does this guy ever shut up? Alright, Pharah's gone.
Greetings. Hello. Привет.
You know, I might just throw this match intentionally just because he's annoying. You know, I'm gonna leave Wait. That guy's just distracting and annoying. I just want to focus on my match. Then go back, please. Thank you. Why are you charging out of spawn? You just wasted a cooldown. And almost fell off the map.
Group up here.
target hard to see. Huh. Alrighty. Thank you.
I am becoming one with the objective.
I know you can do better than that. First round, 1.
Thank you, my friend.
Scores 1-0.
Once I got that distracting voice out of my head, it was a lot easier to focus on a match.
And I do not understand the feelings of the Ziegler. I suppose we must all take some things on faith.
Put your security in my hands.
5, 4, 3, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. Barriers on you.
Crap, I thought he was. We want some good folk on our side, you know? Why did he waste our chatter just like that? Come on, might as well waste mine. He wasted our chatter anyway. Everyone's just throwing away ults. I can get mine really quick, but those people are literally just feeding me ult charge. Yeah, Genji's got ult. He's about to use it in a couple seconds.
Get in there.
What are we doing about it?
Incoming.
Almost. Heads up with that. Why did he just use Transcendence by himself on point?
The objective. Where does it hurt? It's been done.
I died alone on point. Well, I was trying to hold it for as long as I could. We need to touch point though. Hopefully I stalled enough time for them to get on the point, but nope. I didn't. Somehow we still lost. I tried to stall as much time as I could. They need to learn to keep themselves alive. I got good at keeping myself alive. I practiced specifically that quite often. Hiding around natural cover is your way to keep alive. Sometimes if I can't get to natural cover, I try to get some healing, but not all the times do I get caught off without natural cover around me, so. Hello, welcome back. How you doing? Good stream. Try to get around that shield. Take care of this thing real quick. Oh, crap. I don't know, this sim's tough to kill by myself. I didn't feel like trying to plug in my microphone to call it to a team. It's a lot of work that I don't want to do. Chat was looking lonely. Lucky I came. Yeah, chat was quite lonely actually. It happens. People said I'm too cringe for them to watch. I don't even know what that means. How am I cringe? I don't know. That's the kind of comments I got. That's why they don't want to watch me apparently, because I'm too cringe. What does that mean anyway? I don't know, maybe I'm old? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I know I got this. It's not that hard. Pretty easy actually. Yeah. That would be cool. I don't know what that Ryan's swinging at. Crap. Ooh, got away from that. Nice. I'm by myself. Why? Fuck. I will give you one. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Going for the diva. He's gonna be a major threat. And Moira is gonna be the second biggest threat. So if I can catch her off, I can take her out. Right. How did Diva get remaxed? Did no one kill her after? Why is that Ryan charging in? That was kind of dumb. You have 3 times as much subs as me, and my chat never is only. Yeah, it happens, you know. People probably only subscribe to me because they feel sorry for me, because maybe I am cringe, quote unquote. Who knows? Someone did say I'm too cringe for them to watch. Whatever that means. I don't even know what that means. Kids in your slang these days. Trying to tickle the sim. Where is that Genji? I don't even see him. So you still have, I will have to stay here and talk to you for a bit. Oh. Okay, that's fine. You're the only Overwatch streamer I know. Really? I know a lot of Overwatch streamers. I love being an Overwatch streamer. It's what I do, right? I like the 2 games that I play, and the 2 games that I love a lot that I like to stream is World of Warcraft and Overwatch. I'm big on World of Warcraft and I'm big on Overwatch, you know, so. Like, I love World of Warcraft a lot, but a lot of people don't like that game as much as they like Overwatch, so I play that more. But yeah. Being an Overwatch streamer is hard because of the fact that it's an oversaturated genre and everybody wants to be an Overwatch streamer. Everybody loves Overwatch. So, it's hard to be an Overwatch streamer. What happened to my Twitch? My Twitch is still going on. I just don't want to stream on my Twitch right now. I want to stream on YouTube to see if I can produce more viewership and engagement. No one watches me on Twitch, but it looks like no one's watching me on YouTube either. So, I don't know, man. I figured maybe if I stream on YouTube once or twice sometimes, I could produce more viewership and then bring them to Twitch, since I'm not getting any views on Twitch. But that doesn't seem to be working out. Look how lonely my chat is. I'm having such a great time, you know. Well, I'm having a good time playing Overwatch, just kind of like, you know, I wish my chat wasn't so lonely. Thank you, Streamlabs, for shouting out my website. Much appreciated. The bot will spam my website once in a while. I just like to thank my bot, since it's the only thing I have left to talk to other than... well, now you're here, but before, like, I was just, you know, thanking my bot for spamming my website. It's the only thing I had in my chat to talk to. So, yeah. So, yeah, I have not heard anything about Overwatch 1. I'm kind of disappointed about that. I mentioned that in the video. They literally did not mention Overwatch 1 once. Not once. Just Overwatch 2. I mean, great. Overwatch 2 is an amazing game. I'm happy about it. Yes, it's great. We got to hear all the news, but I want to hear something at least about Overwatch 1. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I could do a couple Fortnite streams on YouTube, you know, and see how that turns out, you know. Where is my team? I was you saw me waiting there for my team. They didn't even show. You saw it, right? Like, where was my team? I was sitting there, staying alive, waiting for them, and they did not show up. It's like they're just hanging out in spawn. Oh, look at that. They are. Why are they standing right here? What is he doing? What is he doing? Why is he not pushing up? Let's go. Where's the Sigma? Where is anyone?
Temporary setback.
Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go Hammond, right? And I'm gonna get on point fast because time's almost up. Nope. This is ridiculous. What is the team doing?
Ready for combat.
Let's wait and see what they do. Why is Ryan just standing there holding up his shield? What is he doing? Look at the Ryan. Look at the Ryan, literally just standing there holding up his shield. Is he throwing the match? Should I report him for throwing, chat? Like, I had to go on team onto the point by myself. What else am I gonna do? What do you do in this situation, chat? When your team's literally completely throwing the match? How do you reconcile this? How do you fix this? How do you get them to actually win? Oh my gosh, they're really annoying too. I don't understand this. I'm trying to win here. I guess it's over, right? Should I just wait and spawn? Like, I'm just literally accumulating a death count. Like, I think I should just wait and spawn and stay alive. Me too. Like, what do I do? How do I solve this? See, I can't do anything by myself. No, they're just standing and spawn, fooling around. They're not even actually pushing forward. They have not pushed forward once. They were actually, you saw it. They were just standing there in spawn door, just hanging out, fooling around. Ryan holding up his shield, doing absolutely nothing, not even moving forward once. He didn't press the W key once. What is the team doing? I'm just gonna play Diva. You know, there's not really much to do here. I'm just gonna, like, do whatever and just try to have fun. The team obviously doesn't care to win, so I'll try whatever I can, I guess. I care about winning, which is why I want these casual players to get out of Overwatch 1 and go to Overwatch 2. These casual players that just want to fool around needs to not play Overwatch 1. We need a separate game for them. We need one for casual players because they just want to fool around and do whatever they want and not actually try to win. I don't want them in the game. You know? They need to be in Overwatch 1. They need to not be in Overwatch 1. They need to be in Overwatch 2. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Let me take care of this dumb Lucio. I don't even know where he went. I hear him. Oh, no, a comment bot with Japanese. Right. We can understand the guy. Interesting. Wait, how do you know he's a bot? How do you know he's a comment bot? And it's not Japanese, it's Korean, by the way. I know Korean, a little bit of Korean at least. Not a lot. It's not Japanese, it's Korean. And how do you know he's a bot? I don't know. I don't know what he said. I don't understand that. I only know a little bit of Korean. I can't read Korean at all. But like I can speak a little bit of Korean. With Google Translate. Oh, what did he say? If you're using Google Translate, let me know what he said. I don't know. The team doesn't care to win. There's not much I can do. It's a lost cause. They just didn't care. And calling each other Smurfs. Look at that. Look how much SR I lost for it. They just don't they don't care to win. I care to win. These casual players need to go. That's why we need Overwatch 2. I'll play one more game of Overwatch. One more. But yeah, you know, I'm getting frustrated a little bit.
Now traveling to Kanizaka.
I didn't even know Korean was a language. Oh, yeah. Korean is a language. Very much so.
With every death comes honor. With honor, redemption.
The character Diva in Overwatch speaks Korean.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Let's hear the team whine and complain to each other. That's always fun. I don't know what to play, guys. My phone is at 6%. I gotta go. Oh, okay. It's unfortunate to see you go.
Win.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture objective.
Coming at you.
Weapons optimized. I need healing. Or need healing. Time to raise my DPS. I need healing. Need healing. Get to this. I need healing. Need healing. Shifting.
Dead.
I need healing.
Wonder what that Lucio's doing.
I'm ready to initiate self-destruct sequence. Defense matrix activated. Hi. Hiya. My ultimate is ready. 안녕. Hi. 안녕. Damage bump. Nerf this. Mega action. Game one. Time to raise my DPS.
guy's just shouting and it's annoying.
I'm back in the game. Attack the objective.
Best round lost.
Nerf this.
Score triple kill to 1.
I can't wait to get into the fight. Let's shoot for a new high score. 완전 좋아.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Attack the objective.
Made room.
Enemy
Where's my defense matrix? Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
Diva re-engaging.
Help me.
Junkrat's coming. Junkrat died. Okay.
Back off.
What was that Mercy doing by herself?
I'm not. My ultimate is almost ready. I'm ready to initiate self-destruct sequence.
Panic. He tried to hook me off the map and couldn't. He failed harder than that. I really appreciate the effort though.
Round 2, 1.
I cast this forth.
Score 1-1.
What is this thing like? I don't get it.
May, I love reading your journal. I'm so jealous you get to go to all those places. That's true. I guess
Why are they trying to sell Overwatch 1 if they're gonna like go Overwatch, let Overwatch 1 go?
now we're talking.
Like, I don't know, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture.
I think everyone's played this map before. Interesting.
This is my will.
I know it finished me off. I was just playing around with the Roadhog. That was fun. That guy's mic's a bit too loud. It's kind of hurting my ears a little bit. Just a little bit. I might be old, but I'm not deaf. That was funny.
Huh, 이건 사기야.
Alright, Moira's by herself. I'm gonna let Moira die. Interesting.
This will heal. Play of the game. Double, triple.
Well, that was interesting. I'm gonna equip my new Reaper skin that I got. No new skins. I don't think I'm missing any more skins. I think I got them all. Did I get the new Reaper skin yet? Oh, not yet. Almost. How many more do I need for the Reaper skin? 2 more games. But, you know, I don't feel like playing anymore. So I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you all for coming out. I do appreciate it. Tell me in the comments below what you think about the BlizzCon event. And I'll see you guys around. Thank you all for